Hello everyone, Tactical here, and welcome back to another Total Warhammer multiplayer stream. Today we are on, once again, the RTK New Player Conquest Mode Tournament hosted by Big JP and other RTK players. And yeah, we have the first replays coming in already, so we will be starting those replay casting. We will not only be casting the replays, but we will also have a couple live casting section. Just to check out the finals of the tournament in live action basically. But yeah, over here we already have the first two replays coming in. The first one, Macpower versus Getsmain with Nurgle. Let's see what happens here. I am seeing a lot of melee units from the Greenskins here. Front line of 4 goblins with spears, 4 more units of orc biggins, rather expensive infantry for the orcs, and then for squick hoppers, not goblins, squick hoppers, some immune to psychology cavalry, and 2 wolf rider archers, and 1 more unit of pump wagons. Interesting option for the unit. And oh wow, that's a lot of vanguard deploy forces from the Nurgle side. Anyways, let's just slow down the battle so that we can cover everything on the battlefield. Leadership of the Greenskins army is a giant goblin great shaman on a lava spider, plus 2 more goblin big bosses, 1 on wolf mount, 1 on a spider mount, which does give the goblin big boss poison. And both of them do both of them have sneaky they need stabbing? Yeah, both of them they need stabbing, so which is pretty damn good in reducing enemy melee defense. Well, sniping out characters, specifically just countering enemy characters, and sort of anti-heroes as well, to synergize with the armor reduction and melee defense reduction. For the Nurgle army here, a ton of vanguard forces. Pretty much the entire army is vanguard. 5 whole units of pestigals in the skies, 4 units of chaos furies, and 2 more units of Nurglings spread among the flanks. There's 1 unit of Rot Knights behind them, and a hero core of 3 characters here. Chaos Lord of Nurgle, which can be very tanky. Father of Blades, Rod or Die for damage resistance, and oh wait, no, that's damage reflection, and never mind. Father of Blades, which does reduce enemy melee attack, and yeah, the usual icon of eternal virulence, which is pretty nice in reducing enemy damage output as well. Exalted Hero of Nurgle for the armor-piercing damage, and Kill Sorcerer of Nurgle for fleshy abundance and rancid visitations, which is very good against the Greenskins, considering they lack the kind of healing to mitigate those direct damage. Anyways, let's just, without further ado, let's just go into the action here, as the Orc Biggins are trying to clash with the enemy Pestigors. Ooh, this is a pretty nasty charge from the Snotling pump wagons here, absolutely pummeling those Pestigals. Otherwise, the rest of the Pestigals are also taking pretty nasty damage here. I believe they failed to deliver. I don't think they have the charge order here. So yeah, they are just gonna... Ooh, here's a nasty curse, reducing those Pestigals' melee defense and speed and armor, making those Orc Biggins even more effective in melee combat. But the Pestigals over here immediately hack down those Snotling pump wagons. On the flanks though, the Nurgle army doesn't have a lot of mobility presence other than Nurglings and Furies, so they're definitely struggling to deal with all those Greenskin melee units. And the Orc Biggins, despite their anti-life roll, they're just a very solid melee combatant, especially when boosted up by the WA, getting some massive melee attack damage boost. And the Nurgle army is definitely quickly losing in terms of the melee fight. Orc Biggins is basically pummeling those Pestigals all over the front line, and here comes the Goblin Great Shaman as well, with the Goblin Squick Hoppers surrounding those, surrounding the Nurgle character squad, and double Goblin big bosses ganging up on the Chaos Lord of Nurgle. He is taking quite a bit of damage now that the Goblin Great Shaman on the Lava Spider is jumping in as well. Balance of Heart is already in favor of the Greenskins. Here comes a bit of a... They need stabbing once again. I believe this might be a second one. Yeah, the Chaos Lord of Nurgle is actually terror routed. Fleshy Abundance is trying to heal himself back up. Heal him back up from the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, but the rest of the... Yeah, the rest of the Nurgle army is just falling apart pretty heavily. Rot Knights on the other side is still fighting, and they still have a lot of regeneration, but they don't really want to fight against... They don't want to stay in a pitched fight against the Orc Biggins, who does have anti-large. Now that Chaos Lord of Nurgle is coming back for a second round, But he is still in pretty big trouble, seeing that he is completely surrounded by armor-piercing combatants, and the Greenskins still have a lot of supporting units just to help out the characters, while the Nurgle characters are completely isolated. Interesting approach to melee rush the Greenskins with a almost fully vanguard deployment, but Pestigals against Greenskins is not exactly the greatest choice, I don't think, because of their lack of because their lack of melee stats and their reliance on armor piercing. You can see 24 attack, 25 melee defense versus an Orc Biggin is completely outclassed, and against anything that are not Black Orcs, your armor piercing Pestigals are mostly wasted. Sure, they will definitely beat goblins in a one-on-one basis, but yeah, I don't think this is the cost-efficient option against Greenskins. Against Greenskins, you definitely want some terror presence, as their leadership is quite flimsy and doesn't usually hold against a scary unit. Or you can even, what would I bring? Let me think. I'll probably just spam a bunch of Marauders, or even bring a bunch of Forsaken. Because Forsaken theoretically would just clear out all the Greenskin chaff. At least they trade well into anything. Most, if not all, of the Greenskin infantry outside of Black Orcs. Even against the Orc Biggins, they should do good with their heavy armor and a high weapon strength. And the Pestigals here, as you can see, basically got pummeled by the superior Orc Biggins this time. Normally, I wouldn't say Orc Biggins is a great choice here, but yeah, this seems to be good. This seems to be performing pretty well against the Pestigals, and I'm not sure what the rationale behind the players are on this one, but let me think. So I guess Nurgle is trying to go for a full vanguard rush. Given how many Furies there are on the field, they're probably expecting an archer line on the Greenskins, but the Greenskins going for a full melee rush as well. So this army of Nurgle units designed to counteract an archer build is countered instead by a full melee build that they are not prepared for. Like, yeah, the Pestigals can go into melee, but what else can the Furies do when everything they're gonna be fighting will be a bad trade for them? So a pretty interesting choice on both sides with the army builds, but it seems like the Greenskins managed to win out. It just proving they're the meaner, greener army, winning out in this fight. And yeah, let's have a look at the army performances other than, yeah, the Pestigals didn't do too well, and the Furies didn't get a good target as well. Let me think, how would I pick against a Greenskin army? I'll probably bring a Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle because they have self-regeneration with Rancid Visitation and Fleshy Abundance. And I guess you can bring double Exalted Heroes, but what else would I bring? Maybe a few Pestigals, not like, probably not 5 of them, but maybe like 3 of them, perhaps. And a bunch of Marauder infantry as well. What else caused terror on the Nurgle army? Is there any? No, they don't have a lot of. I guess even I don't know. Like if I want to bring something, say like Kugath, I will risk running into an Archer Daka line of the Greenskins and get shot to death. So that would be quite risky. Yeah, probably I'll just spam a bunch of Forsaken and Marauders, and then bring maybe one. Yeah, Raw Knights isn't a bad call here in case, but they'll probably trade horribly into Orc Boy Biggins if there are any. So yeah, yeah, this is definitely a rough match for the Nurgle army for sure. Given Greenskins is actually one of the most flexible army in the entire game. Just because they have so many options. They can go artillery spam, they can do missile infantry spam with their Daka line, they can go cavalry heavy with their very cost-efficient Orc Boy Biggins, and yeah, they can even do more monster mashing with their Rogue Idol, Ragnarok Spiders and whatnot. So yeah, it's quite hard. Greenskins is definitely a very strong faction in my opinion. Probably not the top of meta, but definitely very good. Edwin Gibson, hi guys, quick question. What are you guys' thoughts on the new piggyback unit nobblers that are coming out? Do you think you will use them? For what I know of so far, they will have anti-large. It would be an interesting unit because theoretically, technically they are a cavalry unit with a nobbler riding another nobbler. So, like, what is gonna be the speed of these piggyback riders? Like, are they gonna be like a regular cavalry, or are they just gonna be nobbler speed? That might change how this unit be applied in battle. Like if they have a little bit more speed, they will be kind of like a backline screening option, or else they're just another anti-large infantry kind of thing. So we need to see the stats of the unit to decide whether it's worth it or how to use it. Like, just knowing that they have anti-large isn't exactly enough. But yeah, anyways, that is gonna be a let's just go back into the battle here with actually I forgot to check player. One of the player is Grimbat. I forgot to check what the other player here for the Empire is. So Grimbat playing as Tzeentch. We'll check out the Empire player's name later. Going now, yeah, no, I can't see it on their hero name. Never mind. So Grimbat going with the Tzeentch army with a Forsaken, a bunch of Marauders of Tzeentch, more Forsaken, and Pink Horrors, Zandagors, and a couple of Screamers in the skies. Leading the army, a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch with pink and blue fire plus the sort of change for the. I think that's the Chaos Spawn Summon, right? Yeah, that's Chaos Spawn Summon. A front line of oh, there's another Screamer on the other side. Shrieking Skyrays, Regiment of Renown. On the other side of the battlefield, holy shit, that's a lot of Empire missiles. A couple Hogland Long Rifles, plus a Temple of Luminarch that comes with a bound net cast, which can be quite nasty. Oh shit, there are 2 nets on the field? Oh, this is pretty. This team might be screwed. Like, just pin down the Chaos Sorcerer Lord with one of the nets, and then just shoot it with Temple of Luminarch and Marcus Wolfheart, and he'll be dead. Anyways, we have some Halberdiers guarding the back of the Empire box, and 3 units of Knights of the Black Rose, immune to Psychology, Anti-Infantry, Armored Cavalry. That should be pretty good against enemy horrors. And yeah, there's also Hawkland Long Rifles to provide even more focused fire. So let's start the battle here. Do a bit of fast forward as the players, as the Tzeentch player advance. The Temple of Luminarch unleash a shot onto. Oof, that is painful. Unleash a shot onto the Marauders of Tzeentch, not doing a whole damage, but not doing a whole lot of damage against infantry. Not the most cost efficient, but against the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch, this is rough. Another shot from the laser, but the Chaos Lord just stays static. This is probably the biggest mistake from the Tzeentch player. You need to keep your unit moving, just making sure it keeps moving, just so you might have a chance to dodge the laser beam from the Temple of. But even then, it's a laser, so it's quite hard to dodge. So yeah, that still scratched the Chaos Sorcerer Lord despite the attempt to dodge it. But there goes the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch, and maybe he'll come back, but losing the caster so early in the game is quite painful for the Tzeentch army. The Screamers are diving into the backline trying to silence the Hawkland Long Rifles and the Temple of Luminarch, but the rest of the Tzeentch army is struggling for sure. They're just not able to break through the Spearmen with shields fast enough without the magic support from the Chaos Sorcerer Lord here. Now the Chaos Sorcerer Lord has returned, but if the Temple of Luminarch can start firing, yeah, they're screwed. Anyways, Forsaken are trying to get into the backline, circling around that flank of the Empire troops. Malkovs from a Shadow Castle, from a Grey Wizard in the middle. I didn't actually spot it, but yeah, draining away the health of some Marauders. Not probably better. Yeah, I don't see a lot of good targets anyway, so I guess the best target would probably be those Zandagors. But yeah, Zandagors are trying to get into the back line. Same goes for the Forsaken, just to shut down those Hawkland Long Rifles and whatnot here. But oof, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is just keep taking hits. Is it from the Marcus Wolfheart there? He took more damage. And more Pit of Shades this time onto some stacked up Forsaken and Marauders, so that is quite painful for them. I would say Pink and Blue Fire is probably not the best spell against Empire. Maybe Burning Head would be better against State Troops, but Pink and Blue Fire overall is just good against anything pretty much, so I definitely have nothing against Lore of Tzeentch here. But yeah, Screamers diving into the back line, but the Knights of the Black Rose just hold on forever. They are just so solid as an anchor unit. I mean, they still take a bunch of damage from the armor-piercing Tentacles and whatnot, but overall they have protected the back line with another snare, this time Hunter Snare from Marcus there, pinning down the Tentacles of Tzeentch. And yeah. I think that is gonna be GG for Tzeentch as they are slowly losing their... Yeah, they're slowly losing their steam with the melee push. I mean, the Marauders are... Some of them are actually winning against... Well, the Forsaken is winning against Spears. But the Cavalry and the Halberdiers are slowly but surely gaining advantage in the back line here. Working down the Screamers. The Pink Horrors have been trying to fire at, like, infantry. And this time at Marcus Wolfheart, not the best target. Probably should have just shoot at the Temple of Luminarch to eliminate some more of that balance of power, since it is a much bigger, easier to hit target. And the Marauders and Forsaken will just have to duke it out against the enemy infantry front line. But yeah, with the Tzeentch slamming into that Temple of Luminarch, they are quickly eliminating the laser beam. And excuse me. Yeah, that is gonna be... yeah, that's gonna be it for the Temple of Luminarch. At least maybe perhaps the Chaos Sorcerer Lord can come back and cast a couple of spells. But now the infantry fight is going in the Empire's favor, as the Knights of the Black Rose are breaching those weakened, tattered Marauders, and Forsaken are running out of steam as well. There are some Tentacles cleaning up those routed Hawklang long rifles, but yeah, balance of heart is in the Empire's favor, and the Pink Horrors are also now being tied down in melee, unable to use up their maximum firepower. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch, drop in a Chaos Spawn that far away from the battlefield. That might be a bit of a mistake here, since yeah, you don't want to, like, they're gonna spend like half a minute just to run over, but I don't think that matters anymore. We can just fast forward here, as yeah, they'll probably disappear before they can even get to the front line, actually. I mean, they're still here, but yeah. The Pink Horrors are being driven back by those enemy infantry. Somehow, wait, how? Did Market just snipe that Chaos Sorcerer Lord? That probably is the case here. Didn't really pay attention to how the Chaos Sorcerer Lord took damage after the laser beam, so I might check it out again and fast forward. For the army performances here, the Tzeentch army really struggled. The Forsaken did slightly better, just because they trade great against the enemy state troops here, but and the Tentacles, as always, very solid, especially the one sniping that ganged up on the Temple of Luminar and took it out. And the Screamers as well got some pretty good damage. One of them got some pretty good damage. The other just kind of got bogged down by Halberds and Knights of the Black Rose, unable to do a lot of damage over time. I think they even forgot to use their bound AoE damage ability, perhaps, which is why they didn't do the most damage as well for the Shrieking Sky Rays. Marcus did quite a bit of damage. Same goes for the Luminarch, sniping out the Chaos Sorcerer Lord here. The missiles didn't do a whole lot, but the state troops held on and slowly grind down the enemy infantry and whatnot. And the Knights of the Black Rose simply trade well into enemy Marauder infantry and those Pink Horrors. And yeah, the Halberds definitely did a good job taking down the Screamers. And yeah, quite unfortunate they're leaving the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch inside the range of the Luminarch and got absolutely blasted to hell. And one way to deal with the Luminarch is perhaps like keep your, like, other than just trying to juke the shots, another way to deal with the Luminarch is to keep it out of range of the Luminarch. It doesn't have the most range in the world, right? Let me just check. Like, if I remember correctly, it has a slightly shorter range than your typical cannon artillery. So 320 range compared to, like I say, 450 of a cannon. So you can still safely, you can just keep your single entity, especially for a single entity like a Tzeentch Sorcerer Lord on a disc. You can definitely have the speed to just stay out of range and just wait for the rest of your unit into the front, moving close to your enemy, and then just jump that Temple of Luminarch with your mobility. Keep it occupied in melee, and then you can start moving in your Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch on a disc. And because he has enough speed, he can quickly get to the battle anyway. So it's not much of a problem for your Chaos Sorcerer Lord to catch up with the rest of the army and get in range to cast spells like Pink Fire, Blue Fire to weaken your opponent's army. Especially if your army get close enough, you can prioritize the Temple of Luminarch with the Pink Horse just to shoot it down while it's occupied by some Screamers in melee. And especially you can just also move in your Chaos Sorcerer Lord once the Temple of Luminarch is occupied and drop that Sword of Change to throw in that Chaos Spawn summon early as well. So yeah, that's one way I would say you can. That's one other way I would say that you can deal with the Temple of Luminarch. But yeah, other than that, it's just a lot of long range fire from the Empire army here. So let me just quickly jump in and see how the Tzeentch Lord took a little bit more damage after those laser beams. But yeah, we have a lot of replays coming in. So yeah, we'll be going through them soon. I probably should post. Actually, I should make a post. I should post about this stream on Discord a bit, just to get yeah, a little bit of self promotion. Yeah, hold on. Alright, so laser beams on the Tzeentch Lord. And he died. I mean, almost died. And we fast forward here. And he comes back. Did he drop any spells? Oh. Huh? Wait, where did... Oh, yep. Marcus just... Oh my god, that Amber Ball almost just killed him. Probably should have used focus shots. Wait, hold on. Yeah, scaled projectile damage against combatants with missing health. A focus shot would probably be better. Probably would have straight up killed him. With more damage with the missing health of the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. But yeah, that's Marcus for you. A lot of firepower. I don't think the double net even mattered here, just because the laser beam just knocked out the Tzeentch army spell support, and yeah, I would say that is probably the main issue here. Just losing the spell support, meaning that your Marauders don't actually have the spell support to soften up the state troops and break through those enemy infantry faster. Because you saw those Marauders got stuck in the front line for a long time, and that bought more time for the Grey Wizard to just keep casting those Malkoffs and Pit of Shades to weaken the Tzeentch army down. And there's enough Howards and Knights of the Black Rose to protect the backline from Screamers and Centagles of Tzeentch here. I think this is still a pretty decent anti-Empire build. The only problem is that they don't have the pink fire, blue fire, and which means they don't have the offensive power to break through enemy troops. Like, if the Chaos Sorcerer Lord survived, then he probably would help those Marauders break through faster, and those and that will give the Tentacles and the Screamers a little bit more infantry help against the Knights of the Black Rose. Otherwise, they're just kind of stuck on those Empire line. Especially Forsaken could have just circle around and ignore those enemy Marauder ignore those state troops. Just send one Marauder against each of the spears, and the Forsaken can just get around and start fighting enemy backline. Maybe fight the spears, fight the Knights of the Black Rose, and just keep those Hawkline Laura foes busy as well. Especially that one Forsaken in the center, being stacked on top of our Marauders isn't accomplishing anything. Might as well just spend a bit more time to just walk around the enemy defenses and try to pressure the enemy backline. That's what I would do. since you're going on a full melee rush, you're better off just surrounding your opponent's formation, getting more units into the melee fight instead of trying to keep reserves at the back. Yeah. Anyways, let me just move on to the next one here. We have Pizu versus Corvus Glaive, who has vowed not to use any spellcaster, and we're seeing exactly that. Pizu going for Slaanesh here with 2 Marauders with Hell Scourges, 1 regular Marauders, 2 Demonites, and 1 Exalted Demonite, plus 2 Hell Scourge Hell Striders, and 2... These are Seekers, right? I think these are Seekers. These are not Seekers, I don't think. 2 Furies, 1 Fiends, and leading the army Azazel. Okay, so where are the Seekers? Yep, these are Seekers, and Azazel coming in with Pavane, very standard, and Lash of Slaanesh, plus the Demon Blade. On the other side, for the Empire army, oof, Pistoliers, just Outriders. Okay, that is interesting. Outriders would struggle a lot against Tzeentch, against Slaanesh, simply because they can't fire 360. So whenever they're getting chased, they can't shoot back. And against Tzeentch, you bet they're gonna get chased. The rest of the army here for Empire is quite interesting. Swordsmen, halberds, hand gunners, and some great swords. Calfrance leading the army with no spell support. Now, over here, Seekers are slamming into some Knights of the Blazing Sun. Knights of the Blazing Sun doing some great shock damage on the charge. But, oh, a Pavane luring those Pistoliers into melee. And on top of that, the AP damage from all these Seekers, the Furies, and Azazel himself is absolutely nuking down the health of the Knights of the Blazing Sun, getting completely surrounded by enemy elite combatants. Not really elite for the Furies and Hell Striders, but definitely a very strong force, a strong blob of melee. While over here, Outriders immediately getting routed off by the enemy mobility, being caught up pretty fast too, since they only have 71 speed, being poisoned by the much faster Hell Striders and at 100 or more, and the Seekers. And but yeah, I think this might be it for the Empire. Like, without their melee mobility, there's nothing to counteract the enemy. Yeah, counteract the enemy Slaanesh cavalry here. I mean, the Seekers took a lot of damage. Hell Striders took some losses as well, but the Knights of the Blazing Sun, the 2 Knights of the Blazing Sun, are soon gonna be gone. So yeah, we can probably fast forward here. Halberdiers are pushing up, the state troops are pushing up to fight enemy troops, but pushing up so far ahead just means you're gonna expose your flank to a mobility like the Chaos Furies, who do have that devastating flanker trait, getting double the charge bonus if they're charging, attacking rear or flank of enemy targets, and they're surely doing a hammer and anvil attacking enemy flank and rear. So the Halberdiers are immediately broken off by the more elite Demonites and the rear charge from the Furies as well. The rest of the state troops are trying to push up and whatnot, but there's little doubt they would not be trading well into these fights here. The physical resistance of the Demonites can mitigate the armor-piercing damage from the Great Swords, and the Charmed effect, lowering their melee attack even more down to 24. Against the 44 melee defense of the Exalted Demonites, even with their anti-infantry bonus, they will still struggle to land hits here. 14 infantry bonus is not bad, but they're still only at 38 melee attack, and the Demonites have enough melee defense to counteract the enemy Great Swords melee attack. Now, the rest of the state troops are pretty much in disarray. Simply, they're either just beating up devoted Marauders, or they're outclassed by the more elite units of the enemy army. This is why I mean, I respect the dedication of not using magic from Corvus Glaive, but I would say you're pretty much wasting a lot of resources. Like, you're still getting those winds of magic in the battle regardless, and you're not using it in your advantage. And just from all these melee attacks, one is really hard to win against Slaanesh, even if you're going for a full melee box. And the swordsmen here are now gonna be chewed up by the Exalted Demonites, and Demonites here surrounding Franz, and then Azazel will just come over and beat them up. And yeah, the Lash of Slaanesh can just thin out these blobbed up state troops, while the Slaanesh troops with a more elite melee stats can definitely outgrind those state troops, and victory belongs to Slaanesh. GG to both players here, but it seems that the Slaanesh army with an even more combined arms approach here have outtraded the Empire State troops and Knights of Blazing Sun, even if they got wrecked by the Knights of Blazing Sun great charge bonus. Yeah, they simply have a better time trading in a pure melee fight against the Empire troops here. Yeah. There's also not enough mobility to protect those handguns from the enemy melee pressure, and yeah, especially once those Knights of the Blazing Sun died out. The Outriders and Pistoliers, one of the Pistoliers earned back their value and some more, staying alive for the whole game, but that's because I think that's because there's no Slaanesh units chasing after them. All the state troops got absolutely wrecked. They can't even win against regular Marauders unless they have a numbers advantage. While Halberds, they have no hope to fight against enemy Demonettes, and Demonettes all got some pretty solid value, and same goes for the Slaanesh cavalry as well. And yeah, that is it for this battle here. Karl Franz took a bunch of damage, but not doing a whole lot of damage in return, not having the best targets to fight, just kind of fighting Marauders here and there. So yeah, I wouldn't say that's a great example of the Empire gameplay, but yeah, this is why you need magic in most of the time. High Elf versus High Elf, Imrik versus Tyrion, two of the best melee combatants of the High Elf faction. Interesting here. Let's see what happens, and actually I should drop a streaming notice on some other Discords. Anyways, now army builds here. Double High Elf army here with frontline on the Tyrion side. Once again, I forgot to check the players' names. Tyrion going with a front line of spears, staunch line of spears, and then they're guarded by some Lothern Sea Guard at the back, plus a single archer with light armor. I like the archer of light armor just because they are only 25 more gold cost with a little bit more armor and a bit more melee stats to melee defense, especially to protect them, to keep themselves a little bit more durable if they are being harassed by enemy mobility. Now, for the rest of the Green High Elf army, for Tyrion's forces, this is Lothern versus... This is basically Lothern versus... Wait, what is Imrik's... What is Imrik's faction again? Shit, I forgot his faction name. Never mind. Yeah, we can talk about it later. Silver Helms on the flanks with... Silver Helms with shields on the flanks. And a Fireborn Dragon Princess with armor piercing and anti-large. Tyrion himself is coming in with almost everything. Except Sunfang. So no AoE damage, which might be good against archers and spears, but oh well. There's also a Lore Master with Melkoffs and Earthblood. As for the skirmishing forces here, we have the Heralds of the Wind, 105 speed of Illyrian Reavers with bows, plus Tyrannok Chariots with their magic ammo, which can bypass physical resistance of the Fireborn. Yeah, anyways, do you think Khorne Rush using Khorne Gores and Khorne Forsaken might be good with their anti-large and anti-infantry? I mean, we can't really say much about it right now, since we haven't got our hands onto like the units. But I think it's gonna be hard to compete with Khorne Bulls with their anti-large. Like Khorne Gores, if they have anti-large and whatnot, it's they still don't have the speed or mass of Minotaur, so they will struggle to keep up with enemy cavalry or bog them down. And while Minotaurs will have an easier time catching up to their targets, landing hits, and blocking them from charging through. So I think it's Khorne Bulls will still probably be the major thing. But yeah, let's see what happens with the new DLC with all the new units. Now for the red High Elves here with Imrik, coming in with Silver Helms with shields, Fireborn, spears, Rangers. Okay, interesting. They'll still take us considerable time just to break through the staunch line of spears, but let's see what happens here. More spears and no archer units. just going for a full melee attempt with more silver helms on the far side. And this guy's Imrik on his dragon with his full toolkit, Star Lance, Dragon Horn, Lord of Dragons, and Star Dragon's Breath. I don't know if Star Lance is a good idea. It imbues fire damage, but against actual important targets here, like Tyrion or the Fireborn, they all have fire resistance and will be mitigating some of your damage. So the damage boost you're getting from the Star Lance might not actually... Well, there is a fire weakness, which might be good actually. Especially synergizing with the Fireborn. So, okay, I take back what I just said. There's also an Life Mage providing some healing in the form of Earthblood. Okay, I would say a Regrowth is better here, just because you will be more efficiently healing back up Imrik. But hey, you still, of course, you still want to heal Fireborn and Silver Helms, I guess. So that's also not bad. Turnock Chariots with their missile strength is actually enough to start whittling down the health of the Silver Helms, while the Rangers and the Spears are just holding position here, just trying to capture the Conquest point and get some victory tickets. Arrows of the Wind have been skirmishing for a bit here, but not doing a whole lot of damage, getting a whopping 1 kill so far. And only 62 damage value. Okay, well, let's fast forward a bit here as we're in a bit of a skirmishing phase. Imrik has landed, trying to go after Tyrion Chariots, but they're fast enough to just stay ahead of Imrik here with only 80 speed. And Imrik quickly got back into the skies again, but he has been taking quite a bit of damage from those enemy archer fire. The Heralds of the Wind and Tyrion Chariots have put a dent on his HP bar. And unlike Tyrion, he doesn't have passive heals. A very nice Malkovs as well, whittling down the health of the Silver Helms. A breath attack onto a moving target, Heralds of the Wind, but mostly whiffing, which is why you don't really want to drop a breath attack on a moving target. They're constantly moving, so the aiming of the breath attack will be off. And that was unfortunately a waste of damage. Probably should have been just aiming it at some spears in the front line, just to weaken them so that your spears or rangers can have an easier time breaking through. Anyways, on the far side there, Silver Helms charging into Silver Helms. Both sides have Silver Helms with shields, so whoever gets healing in this engagement will be the one having an advantage here. On the far side, Silver Helms is down to half health, and Imrik has taken a lot of damage from the Archer barrage. Everything is just unloading. Everything over here, all of Archers, Loven Seagull, Tyrion Chariots, Reavers, are all just unloading everything they have on to Imrik. And yeah, Imrik is getting quite dangerously low in health. Silver Helms eating a charge from the Fireborn. They will probably die here. But another Fireborn charge in, and that might help the Red Fireborn to win out this fight. Like, the Silver Helms are taking a lot of damage for sure, but the Red Fireborn is also taking a bunch of damage, while the Green The Green Fireborn take a bunch of damage, and Red Fireborn has, like, the Silver Helms to act as meat shields. Dragon Horn has been popped already and has one out already from both sides. Wait, hold on. You have a Sunfang? Oh yeah, that's the Sunfang. My bad. I made a mistake and mistaken the Sunfang as something else. But yeah, anyway, Sunfang onto a blobbed up unit of spears and rangers. This is why you don't want to blob up your troops. You can, once you get hit by an AoE damage, it's a 2-for-1 for your opponent. You're just giving your opponent free value. Anyways, Fireborn over here the Red Fireborn is getting a little bit of advantage over the Green Fireborn. Let's see if they can keep this advantage going. But the Red Fireborn seems to be charging into the backs of some green spears instead, while the red Silver Helms are running out of health. They're getting whittled down pretty hard, being dragged down by spears and taking attrition damage in melee fights. Archers are being disrupted, so they are not firing, but the rangers and spears are just not breaking through the enemy spears. This is what I don't. Yeah, this is also another reason why you don't blob up your troops here. You can see that a lot of the rangers are not in contact with your enemy. So they are just kind of spending, they're still in melee, so they're still using up vigor. But they're not actually doing anything. Most of the unit is just not doing anything. While the spears over here are just wet noodling each other, not doing a whole lot. So you don't want to stack your units up against each other because, at least, like, because only one unit, like, yeah, there can only be so many units in contact with each other. There will be a lot of waste in this kind of engagement. If anything, the Rangers should have been pushing through these gaps in the front line, since there are only 3 spears and 2 massive holes in the front line. And those rangers could have just keep going after the enemy Lofinseeker, which they will be very effective trading against. While now they're just kind of wasting your time on the green spears here, not doing a whole lot. And the balance of power is already in favor of the green High Elves, as Imrik is now isolated, surrounded by enemy Fireborn and Tyrion himself. On a one-on-one fight, Tyrion will probably win against Imrik, and seems like it is going that way indeed. When Imrik is also being surrounded by enemy Fireborn. Ooh, a nasty Malkovs, draining down the rest of the health on this unit of Fireborn, and they are dead. They're probably the entire unit. Oh well, they're almost entirely dead. But that Malkovs. That was a brutal one indeed, wrecking the rest of the red Fireborn unit. And now I think it is going to be a very comfortable victory for the green High Elves, as Tyrion now go on to hunt down the Mage of Life, who is on horseback, but still being caught by the quicker Heralds of the Wind, and Tyrion is just finishing her off. Imrik trying to shut down those Lofinseeker, and some Rangers actually peel off and decided finally to go after the Lofinseeker, but this is too little too late. The balance of... Oh, these Rangers are still stuck there, mostly doing a whole lot of nothing. You can see they're just not doing anything, not getting much value here. Occasionally a couple gold value trickles in, but yeah, they're just stacking on top of each other, wasting a lot of that damage potential. Imrik comes over here, try to save the life mage, but Tyrion just finishes her off. Army losses hit, and that shall be victory for the Tyrion's Lothian forces. Well, that's the risk. That's Lothian with the flags and whatnot. But either ways, Tyrion wins, and seems like Tyrion with his High Elf forces with Lothian Sea Guards and whatnot won, and Imrik will be suffering a defeat. Parry Repulse. That is actually quite thematic, considering Feign and Repulse is the ability of Tyrion. Now for the army performances here, the spears did what they need to do, just keep the enemy frontline occupied, while the archers did all the damage. Holy shit. They have definitely been shredding through the HP of Imrik, as you can see here, getting way more than what they cost. While the mobility... Ooh, the Illyrian Reaver archers did so much damage against Imrik. Just keep shooting at Imrik and then piling onto the life mage as well, buying more time for Tyrion to snipe out those characters. Okay, Tyrion actually didn't do that much damage. Mostly the damage was done by the Fireborn against Imrik. Who doesn't... I don't think he has fire resistance, or doesn't have a lot of fire. Either ways, anti-large armor piercing from the Fireborn will counter his dragon anyways. So Imrik got shredded in that melee fight, and the Malkovs did some pretty good work as well from the Lore Master. While Imrik's forces here, Imrik did some meh damage. He's very expensive, so only 1,000 gold damage is not great for him. While the Silverhelms did a little bit better on this one, the others not so much. And the Fireborn also didn't get a good engagement. Perhaps because they didn't exactly get the frontal charge on anything. They charge in behind in their own cavalry, so a lot of their charge might have been blocked by their own troops. So that was unfortunate there. Next up we have, hold on. This is, let's delete this one. We have Botanized Marks with a Tomb King build versus the Lizardmen of La Luna La Pruna, and Botanized Mark has asked me to give him some opinions on his gameplay, so let's see what he is gonna play in this battle. Cetra Imperishable, and seems like it is a... Wait, hold on, what? I can't see the unit stats. Hold on a second. We have to wait a bit. Hold on. Alright, cool. Let's slow down a bit and see what's on here. Skeleton spears in the front line here. Skeleton warriors for Botanized Mark. A whole lot of skeleton horde. And a backline of skeleton archers. One single Eyes of the Desert. A very strong unit of missile monsters that can snipe out enemy single entities pretty quick. Especially when it comes to dinos. Now, there's also a double kitty cat build, Sphinx of Uskav and Cetra Imperishable on his Cambrian War Sphinx. Both are very strong melee units. Jaff's Incantation of Curse Blade and Incantation of Vengeance, Blast Blade of Tra as well for the blinded effect. So that is pretty nice. And yeah, a whole lot of archers, and even the Blast Legion of Kev. Hey, I'm just gonna call it Fakat. So yeah, Fakat, Blast Legion of Fakat, providing the armor sundering, which synergizes well with the skeleton firepower, reducing enemy armor and making your non-armor piercing damage even better. Lizardmen Pruna here, going for the interesting build of Quattle with a whole lot of Colossadon Hunters and Riperdactyls. That I think we've seen this build from last time, so 2 weeks ago. Where he just landed all his flying units so that they will be covered up by the Master of Sacred Places. Hold on. Yes, Master of the Sacred Places of the Quattle, and just keep those units hidden. There's also a Bastiladon with Ref Crystal here, and a front line of Skinks, second line of Skinks with Javies. The flanks are composed of Khorne Spear Riders and regular Colt ones, the Feral Colt ones. Skink Skirmishers providing even more missiles on the field, and that's it for the army builds on both sides, I think. Oh wait, hold on. There's a Beast Skink Priest here with a Flock of Doom, and pretty much just that. Yeah, that's it for the army builds. Now let's go back into normal speed here. Let's see what this Tomb King's army build is capable of, and will Luna and Lapruna's surprise Riperdactyl approach catch the Tomb Kings off guard. Now, archers of the skeleton archers are moving in, aiming down at the skeleton core. Probably not the best idea. Wait, hold on. Okay, let's see. What is just revealed? Okay, I guess all these units have just been revealed. Otherwise, they were just hidden away with the Master of Sacred Places. But the archers definitely should start shooting at those Riperdactyls, because you don't really want to just wait shots onto Skinks. But yeah, I like this. Stuff are just turning around and starting to shoot. Skeleton Horsemen on the field, actually. One unit only, though. I would love to see more, but I guess you can only bring so much of them. Riperdactyl Riders are... I'm not sure what they're doing here. They're just kind of staying around, not doing a whole lot. Flock of Doom is draining down the archer's health, and a bound... the bound chain lightning, nuking down some of the archers. Great work from La Luna La Pruna. These archers are still shooting at Skinks, but these firepower are really desperately needed on all these Colossadon Hunters and Riperdactyl Riders. And the Riperdactyl Riders and one are just staying back there, not going into... Oh, okay, they're just trying to go after the archers on the far side, while the Cetra, the Imperishable, and the Skinks of Uzkev are just standing around doing absolutely nothing. This is a big mistake. They should have either in the front line trampling Skink cohorts to free up the skeletons, or just try to go after the Colossadon Hunters. Especially the Blast Blade of Pretrag provides fire damage that can cut down the Ref Crystal healing. And right now there's a lot of missile damage from the Eyes of the Desert here. But with so much investment into the skeleton archer line, that means there's not enough investment into mobility to protect them. And as you can see here, the archers on the flank over here are mostly dealt with. There's only one skeleton rider, and they can't be everywhere all at once. So yeah, they can only bog down one Riperdactyl Riders. The other is free to just go after the Blessed Legion of Tra. Though the Quattle is running low on health, and the double cats of the Tomb Kings are now shining with their immense damage output. Like, they're just such a good combo unit. It's really hard to beat them if you're not gearing specifically to counteract these kind of double single entities. Anyways, Colossadon Hunters, after taking a bunch of damage from the archers and the Eyes of the Desert, who has earned back already 1,000 gold worth of damage value. Damn. The Eyes of the Desert have taken a chunk of health out of the Colossadon Hunters. Now the Riperdactyl Riders are piling onto the Eyes of the Desert. Same goes for the Colossadon Hunters. Tic-Tac-Toe himself as well, and this is probably their best chance to take out the Eyes of the Desert. But Cetra himself is here, and he will be trampling those Riperdactyls. Osirian's Incantation of Vengeance as well, draining away their health, while the Skinks are just wet noodling those skeleton warriors in the front line. Skeleton Spears. Oh no, the Khorne Spear Riders could be a great boon in tying down the enemy backline, but they're just kind of got stuck on the rock, impassable terrain, and some skeleton units here, unable to get through and just wasting their time just killing chaff, while the Riperdactyls are just taking a bunch of damage and are forced to pull back. Ref Crystal has healed up the Colossadon Hunters a bit here, and now the Colossus and the Hunters are trying to dive onto the Skeleton Archers again, while Tic-Tac-Toe is being heavily targeted by the double Kitty Cats. The double Kitty Cat is so strong. I don't think the Lizardmen at this point has any hope of taking down those double Kitty Cats. They have no missiles that are designed to counter these kind of armored entities, and their anti-large melee units are also running low in health, and ready to rout from combat anytime. On top of that, the Necrotite is here with the restore ability to heal up the Sphinx and maybe even Cetra if they're running low on health. But damn, this is quite rough for the Lizardmen at this point. Their Skinks frontline are obviously not gonna hold up against the skeletons over time, given that the sheer amount of skeletons outweigh the numbers of Skinks. Archers are still skeleton archers are still around, at least some tattered ones, but mostly it's just the double single entities here winning fights for Cetra and Tomb Kings as a whole. Kotal has been taken out by the Eyes of Desert and the double Kitty Cats, and even the Necrotech is in the fight. Yeah, the Eyes of Desert just getting so much damage value, shooting at the Ripper Dactyls and whatever expensive entities the Lizardman has, and right now turning around to shoot at the Colossus and the Hunters. Nope, the Colossus and the Hunters got the charge. Ripper Tic-Tac-Toe is here as well, and then there's the Khorne Spear Riders coming in. Even is there another heal? I swear, yeah, the Refka still heals on the Colossus and the Hunters, trying to keep them alive, but I don't know. The Sphinx of Uzkev is just too strong here with anti-large armor piercing, magic attacks bypassing any physical resistance as well, and yeah, I think that's gonna be GG for Lizardmen, as their main damage output units will be pummeled by the double Kitty Cat build once again. Don't really have much to say about this build. This is a very strong build. I would probably bring less archers and bring another unit of skeleton horsemen, just so we have more units pinned down to like screen off enemy mobility and whatnot. But overall, yeah, just having Cetra on his War Sphinx and his Sphinx of Uzkev is just such a powerful combo. It's really hard to fight against, especially when you brought in the Necrotech to bring in that healing. So yeah, you can see the archers didn't do a whole lot, but the skeletons just managed to hold back those Skinks, who are not the greatest melee combatants, and just buying time for the laser venom of the Sepulchral Stalkers to do all the work here. And then yeah, I'll probably just cut out some of these skeleton archers and bring another unit of skeleton horses, just to have a more speed and mass to block down the enemy Ripper Dactyls or other kind of mobility units. Otherwise, I would say a very solid build overall, but mostly carried by the double single entities. Lizardman wise, unfortunately, we've seen La Luna and La Pruna brought this build before, and quite an interesting way to try and surprise your opponent here, but I think the Master of Sacred Places ability is great to like mitigate any incoming artillery damage, because the artillery can't aim at you and can't shoot you if they can't see you. So yeah. Wait, hold on. Holy shit. Let me just download everything else that I have not downloaded yet. As I said, we have a lot of replays here. So we are gonna be here for a while. Alright, so yeah, but La Luna and La Pruna, I feel like he's just trying to experiment with their build, so I don't think there's much to cover here, other than I would say probably it's hard. It's really hard to fight Tomb Kings these days with their kitty cats so freaking strong. I don't know. I'm not a great Lizardman player. Maybe maybe you have to go extreme and bring the Razor Dawn hunting packs to a shoot at the War Sphinxes. Yeah, Kotal definitely probably. Yeah, I wouldn't say Kotal is a great choice into this matchup. They're not a great melee combatant anyway, so their greatest value is just the stealth. It's just the stalking aura and dropping some occasional bound spells. But even then, they're not doing a whole lot of damage, just mostly killing skeletons. This army build mostly just lacked a reliable way to take down the double sphinxes of the Tomb Kings. I guess Javelin can probably try it, but even then, they would just take a bunch of... Yeah, they're still not majorly armor piercing with only 1 shot or 2 shot, and doesn't do a whole lot of damage against the constructs. Anyways, next up we have Empire versus Khorne. With Keitaro. Wait, Keitaro. Hold on a fucking sec. Okay, it's probably something. It's probably... Yeah, it sounds like some anime character that I've seen, but I probably just mix it up with something else. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Empire versus Khorne here. Empire going with a ton of spears and 1 single silver bullets, 2 units of Hawkland long rifles, light wizard, Hellstorm rocket battery. I would say always go for Sunmaker. Don't bother going with the regular Hellstorm because it takes forever for them to shoot. They have 22 volleys and it's gonna take forever for them to go through their ammo, while a Sunmaker have increased accuracy and they blast through their ammo, doing a ton more damage in a shorter period of time. I mean, overall the damage should be the same if you don't count the accuracy factor, but it's just that you can expand all your ammo on a Sunmaker so much faster. You can get the value. You can get their value back more reliably before the game drags on and your artillery just get hunted down by enemy melee threats. Anyway, Sterland's Revenge at the back here, stalking away, ready to just unload a bunch of AP shots into any flying units or heavy armor units nearby. They do have armor piercing damage and immune to psychology, so they'll be holding on for a while. Empire Knights at the back there, plus another spear. Leading the army, Boris Todbringer. I like Boris Todbringer, but I would say bring him on a Griffin, just to synergize with his leadership reduction ability. And always bring Blood Roar and Crush the Weak together, or most of the time at least. Because you need Blood Roar to reduce the enemy leadership by 8, so that you can drop their leadership down below 50% faster, so that you can activate Crush the Weak to further reduce their enemy melee defense and leadership. So White Cloak of Auric, which is nice as well. Midland Runefang for self-heal, which is quite standard. Outriders on the far side there. Yeah, I don't really like the choice of Boris on Pegasus, because you lose out on that armor-piercing damage potential, and you lose out the terror, which synergizes really well with all that leadership debuff. A minus 12 leadership debuff in total. It's just easier for Boris to drop the enemy leadership with the fear effect of the leadership reduction of the Griffin, and then just terror bomb and rout off enemy units. But yeah, anyways, he is on horseback. He is on Pegasus, so that means he is also slightly cheaper, and you can afford more units on the ground. So that's not bad. Outriders, though, the accuracy has proven to be a main concern, and have been missing a lot of shots with their volley shots. So that might be a bit of a problem for the Empire, and we'll see what happens here. With the Khorne units going for a very skirmish-heavy attempt. 4 units of throwing axes, Marauder Horsemen, front line of Marauders, and a double Skull Cannon. It is indeed quite a meta pick now, as the Skull Cannons are actually good. They have the Vortex damage, slightly more missile damage, and melee weapon damage, which means they can do damage better now. And yeah, I'm not sure if they have more mass, but either ways, with their Gore Feast ability, they can just, once they're out of ammo, they can act as a disruption piece to go into melee, grind enemy down, tank a bunch of damage, and yeah, and grab some ammo as well using Skull Feast, picking up some skulls, and load it into the cannon and start shooting, and yeah, do even more skirmishing, kiting damage after that. Final Souls of Khorne with great weapons, and leading the army, Valkyr the Bloody. Already Skull Cannons are shooting, but they don't have the greatest accuracy. That's one problem, and they're always facing, just landing their shots short of the enemy target. While the spears are retreating. Once they get a hit, though, they can do some pretty nasty work now with the Vortex effect. You can see a quarter of the damage or of the HP on the spears are already gone. Now the spears are the rest of the spears are kind of standing around, but the skull cannons are just missing. While the Hellstorm rocket battery are slowly whittling down the health of these marauders, doing some damage here and there. But the accuracy of Hellstorm rocket batteries are always is as regular Hellstorm just have bad accuracy, mostly missing those marauders. I think they're aiming at the Fury. No, but yeah, just. Well, once they land, they can do some pretty good damage, but mostly they just miss. On the far side, their Outriders are just trying to kite out the enemy targets, but the problem with Outriders is they don't have 360 shooting, so they... Oh, that's a nice volley. They're not exactly at the end of the range. Like, yeah, that was like roughly half range for the shot, so the accuracy issue isn't as pronounced, isn't as obvious as other scenarios. Anyway, skull cannons are now ripping apart these Hawkline long rifles here. Ooh, that is quite a big concern, as the Hawkline rifles are indeed outranged by skull cannons. But once the skull cannons are out of ammo, the Hawkline rifles can just freely sit back and shoot until the skull cannons goes in for melee. Chaos Fury is being tied down by the Light Wizard's Net of Amentok, and now being shot up by a bunch of silver bullets. But that does expose the silver bullets to those skull cannons. But the skull cannons are still focusing on those Hawkline rifles so far. Furies are diving onto the Hawkline rifles. But wait, Sterling's Revenge going into melee against Furies? I mean, they are a decent melee combatant, and Boris is here. Oh, the leadership reduction of the... This is why you want the other leadership reduction as well. Just breaks the demonic units way faster. -4 leadership. And yeah. The Chaos Furies are fading away from reality already, while the Sterling's Revenge taking minimal losses in the fight. Oh, the Outriders trying to shoot at Valkyria the Bloody, mostly missing those shots. Yeah, just go back to shoot at Minotaurs. But nice spear Slaanesh here, working down the HP of the silver bullets, and on top of them, Marauder Horsemen. Nice aggressive use of the skirmishing cavalry, just charging in and routing the silver bullets after the shock damage from the spear Slaanesh. Outrider still wasting ammo on Valkyria, while the Marauder front line are moving up. Skull cannons are still shooting, just whittling down the Hawkline rifles. But the Hawkline rifles are now behind the slope, so the skull cannons is not going to have an easy time landing hits. And Sterling's Revenge turning around, trying to shoot at those murder horses. At the back there, murder horses being pinned down by Net of Amentok and now being caught by the Empire Knights. But those Hawkline rifles have been routed away. Same goes for the silver bullets here. Valkyria still dodging shots, so the damage of these missiles are still very limited, not exactly landing the hits to do the damage here. And Empire Knights bogging down the enemy murder horses, and Hawkline rifles will be retreating, and they should... Oh, actually are quite close to the right line. Oh, it seems that they have returned, so they can come back and start shooting again. Hawkline rifles and the Hellstorms have been protected by the spears and Light Wizard going into melee himself. Boris Todbringer. Oh, wow. Okay, this is a gutsy move from Boris, but this might be a spell his end here, as he's surrounded by great weapon Minotaurs and being cut down. And skull cannons charging in. They are out of ammo, but they're coming in for that ammo recharge with the skull feast. Net of Amentok onto Valkyria, trying to pin her down. And the Sterling's Revenge are trying to get up to shoot. I'm not sure what they're doing here. Did it wait, hold on. Did they get a melee attack order onto Valkyria? This might be it. Otherwise they would be standing and shooting. So the Net of Amentok, I think, is a bit buggy. But yeah, anyways, they have turned around and start shooting. But either ways, seems like the skull cannon would just sacrifice himself to protect their lady here, just charging into the Sterling's Revenge, disrupting the elite armor-piercing missiles from shooting, while itself took a bunch of shots from the Sterling's Revenge. Now the silver bullets are turning around to shoot at the skull cannon, but here comes Valkyria repaying the favor, charging into the silver bullets, probably going to rout them soon. Boris has taken a ton of damage from those great weapon Minos, while the rest of the Khorne melee units are pushing, driving straight for that. Oh, Spear Slaanesh onto the Sterling's Revenge, whittling them down. But yeah, the rest of the Khorne units are just driving for the Empire backline. The Empire didn't bring a lot of melee units, mostly investing into missiles, and that means they don't have enough units to tie down the enemy melee push and protect the back line here. Sterling's Revenge down to half health already, especially after the Spear Slaanesh. Hellstorm Rocket crew have been pushed back, and Silver Bullets have regrouped once again, but they have to be careful. Another route, they will be gone. Boris dueling Valkyrie in disguise, not a great match for him. He doesn't have anti-large armor piercing on Pegasus, but Valkyrie does have all that against a larger target. So Boris took a bunch of damage, and on top of that, his hit points regeneration is being halved by the on-fire effect, the fire damage of Valkyrie. So yeah, it's quite a rough one for Boris up till now. Yeah, Boris will have to retreat, and the Outriders are still just shooting and retreating, not doing a whole lot of work here, unfortunately. You can see they're mostly missing against infantry targets, firing overhead of their intended targets, wasting their ammo. So that's why nobody really uses Outriders these days. They just can't hit for shit. Yeah, which is quite unfortunate. Minotaurs are driving into the backline. The Empire troops are just constantly being driven back, while Boris is coming over with some state troops trying to capture the point here. And it seems they are indeed slowly capturing the point. But here, the Relentless Rage ability. Nice use of the Tier 2 Khorne army ability. Keeping these Marauders in the fight to just buy some more time for Khorne to work on the other Empire troops here. Just keeping this capture point protected for a little longer, while the rest of these Khorne units are just flooding those Empire missile units, who can't really do much damage. Though there are some Hawkline rifles returning and now shooting at Valkyrie the Bloody. Skull Cannon dispatching those melee troops. Ooh, that's a gutsy move from the Light Wizard, charging into Valkyrie here. But yeah, Outriders will be taking over and try to work down her HP, as the Light Wizard can't really match Valkyrie in melee combat. And Boris once again jumping in. Normally I would say gutsy, but seeing all these Minotaurs nearby, it's a very reckless move. He is trying to get out of there, and the Outriders are shooting, while the capture point is slowly falling into the hands of the Empire, as they are just standing in there with some spears and Light Wizard, while the Outriders continues to kite. This might be their best bet in coming back, for the Empire to come back, as they have captured the point. Valkyrie being whittled down by those Outriders. And Boris with the self-heal, he is actually very healthy in terms of HP levels now. Over almost 75% of HP on him. While the Khorne units are now losing that initiative on battle. They can still move around and run down enemy infantry, but the problem is that the leadership isn't holding it. They're constantly being peppered by the Outriders, which they cannot catch up to. And the Outriders can easily retreat back to safety and shoot at them, pepper them with those armor-piercing shots. Boris also around, and with the Lord Dead leadership debuff and Boris Crusted Weak, they might just break in front of Boris leadership debuffs and charging attacks. But yeah, they're still holding the capture point now, trying to surround and beat down Boris, and it seems like they're having a pretty good time with that. While the Outriders are now being pressured by the double Skull Cannon, the Skull Cannons are taking damage, and that is one weakness of their healing. They have to stay in combat to heal, but if they're not in combat, they cannot heal. The Outriders, with their sheer volume of firepower, they might be missing a lot, but the sheer volume of firepower and armor-piercing value still builds up over time, and somehow Empire managed to pull this one back as Khorne loses to the Outrider skirmishing play. I am kind of surprised by this, actually. Yeah. The Outriders, for once, actually managed to carry the battle. And I thought Khorne had this. But yeah, it looks like Boris healing is a great factor of them pulling back, just keeping Boris in the fight, as he, if not for the healing, Boris would be dead by now. But yeah, and as you can see, Valkyrie the Bloody does not have a healing, and she died over the course of long battle, and being peppered by armor-piercing damage value. Like, Boris having healing means he is a lot more forgiving on mistakes. Like, you can recover from your mistakes, while Khorne cannot without the healing outside of the Skull Cannons. And yeah, the armor-piercing missile infantry didn't do a... Oh, wow, actually, the Sterling's Revenge did some pretty good work here. Just shooting at some of the Skull Cannons here, and also peppering Valkyrie with some of their armor-piercing shots. Although, yeah, I think the MVP is definitely the Outriders, who managed to just stay away from the enemy mobility. I think one mistake from Khorne is just kind of ignored the Outriders. Yes, they are a weak unit, but you can't just... You also want to get them off the field instead of leaving them on the field, because they're still count into balance of power and they're still missile damage. And you can see in the late game they managed to use their sheer volume of firepower to start building up that damage and actually whittle down Valkyria and the skull cannons. Like, you still want to get rid of them on the battlefield, and especially like normally how I deal with Outriders is I just send a melee unit towards each of them and just ignore them, because Outriders, they can't shoot back when they are like running away from enemy units, right? So as long as you keep a unit on their tail, they won't be able to actually do anything on the battlefield. But I think this time the Empire Knights managed to bail them out from Furies and Murder Horsemen, so that is great for them. So they have been safe. They were just able to roam around the battlefield and slowly accumulate damage over time. I'll probably... I like the double skull cannon pick here. It's just that they have been missing their shots a lot, which is quite an unfortunate thing about them. The accuracy isn't the greatest, so you probably want to move in roughly at like half range before starting to shoot. And then, yeah. The Minotaurs, one of them did some great damage. The others, not so much. They need to be staying next... Like, they need to be mirroring the enemy armored cavalry's movement so they can quickly respond to the Empire Knights when they charge into combat. Otherwise, you're just waiting for your enemies to charge at you and, yeah, just waiting your opponent to pick the engagement. Yeah. Interesting army build here, especially I think the Knight of Amyntos really helped in this scenario here. Buying more time for those, yeah, just catching some of those Murder Horsemen and allowing the Empire Knights to eliminate them, and just locking down enemy units so that missile units like the Stirland's Revenge and some of these Hawkline rifles to do a bit more damage, especially the Hawkline rifles. I think this one is the one that return and start sniping Valkyria from afar. And that was really key here to just pick off the Khorne leadership and wreck the enemy units. Yeah, and Hellstorm Rocket Battery, as you can see here, not doing a whole lot of damage because they just can't shoot their ammo fast enough. And yeah, on the other side, Valkyria did okay damage. But yeah, mostly it's just the Minotaurs trying to carry and some of the Murder Horsemen as well. But unfortunately, seems like the Outriders actually managed to carry this for once. I normally really don't see Outriders carrying it, but this is a rare occurrence. Oh, hey, we have more replays coming in. Let me just download them. Actually, I might jump back into the replay we just went through. And, wait, hold on, not these. Let's just jump back in and see what how the Outriders managed to survive that long. Just gonna quickly fast forward everything. Alright, let's see. Yeah. Skull Cannon's just missing most of their shots, which is quite unfortunate. That's why you want to get close with them before, yeah, before you start shooting with their ammo. Outriders kiting back and shooting, which is pretty nice, but I feel like the Furies should have just stayed on top of the Outriders here. Or at least send one of the Murder Horsemen. Like, normally I would deploy Murder Horsemen 2 on each flank so that you can have more flexibility on which side you want to attack. Like, if you have 2 Murder Horsemen just stay on the ass of these 2 Outriders, they would not be able to come back and start shooting. They would just have to keep running away. But right now, the Outriders, the Murder Horsemen have to run all the way from one flank to the other flank to just go deal with the Outriders, and some of them have a little bit of lapse in micro, allowing the Empire Knights to catch up. Yeah, now they're just kind of constantly running away and getting hit by Knight of Amyntos. Fury's trying to dive the enemy missiles and got killed. That's why you want to keep your... That's why you want to launch simultaneous assault as well. Because right now, the Empire is just picking off those Furies and mobility one after the other. And your Marauders are just standing around doing nothing. Maybe leave one Marauder to, like, keep the capture point. And the rest can just keep charging forward and try to run down the enemy missile backline and launch their attacks with a bit more synergy, with a little bit more coordination, I would say. But yeah, Spears holding on. Just the Outriders are just able to freely do whatever they want to do at this point. not much can counter them, especially these Murder Horsemen being caught in melee by the Empire Knights and getting finished off. So yeah, I think until, this Empire army, the Sterling's Revenge did some pretty solid damage already over here. Just shooting down Valkyria from point blank and whittling down enemy skull cannons and whatnot. So Valkyria standing around the Sterling's Revenge might have cost her a lot of HP as well. So that was quite unfortunate for Valkyria. Silver Bullets turn around. Yeah, it's mostly the Sterling's Revenge, I think. Just staying around Valkyria and shooting her point blank. And just whittle down her health. Like, even until I wanted to say even until this point, Khorne might still have an advantage, but the fact that they don't have anything to counter the Outriders' volume of fire, and then there's a net of Amentok to pin down Valkyria, makes it really rough for Khorne. Just net of Amentok pin down whatever trying to chase the Outriders, and the Outriders can just whittle them down with the sheer volume of firepower, especially they still have a lot of ammo remaining. That is gonna be it for this battle. Ooh, there's one more battle before the finals are out. So, the finals results. So, we're almost going into the finals stage. Macpower versus Corvus Glaive. Once again, Corvus Glaive going for a full non-magic build. There's one. Okay, so army builds here: 4 swordsmen, 3 flagellants, 2 great swords, 2 knights of blazing sun, and 1 Demigryph Knights, plus a single Hellblaster volley gun. Leading the army, Boris Todbringer on a Griffin. This time has pretty much his full toolkit, everything. He has everything, including the leadership debuff combo. And this is something I really like to see against the Greenskins, who really struggles on the leadership department. For the Greenskins, Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers, once again coming in with that immune to psychology build. Pretty much the same build we've seen from Macpower, I think. Front line of Goblin Spears and Orc Biggins and some Orc Airboys this time. Plus Goblin Great Shaman getting targeted by Hellblaster already. Hellblaster volley gun. Theoretically, I think it started off as an anti-infantry artillery, but because of the sheer volume of armor-piercing missiles, the burst damage it is able to deal, it is really good against like large targets as well. Just able to punch through their armor and do a ton of shock damage with only a couple volleys. Now the Snotling Pump Wagons are jumping into enemy infantry, but immediately getting countercharged by Demigryph Knights. Boris is still holding on in the skies here. Swordsmen and Flagellants rushing into the front line. Though the Flagellants might take a ton of damage because of their lack of armor, but yeah, either ways, Snotling Pump Wagons leave a mark on the battlefield, work down some health off the Flagellants on Swordsmen, but they themselves have been ran over by those Demigryphs. Some Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers found the exposed Hellblaster volley guns, quickly charging in to shut down the Empire artillery, and seems they will succeed in that, as the Knights of the Blazing Sun are out of position, unable to protect their squishy artillery. Great Swords are coming over to help out Boris Todbringer, but Boris being hit by, they need stabbing. Melee's defense reduced down to a meager 16, and also armor debuff down to 60 as well. He is a lot more fragile, but thankfully his Midland Runefang will help him heal his HP, while the Goblin Great Shaman, his leadership was dropping low, but thankfully a Y is giving him that immune to psychology, making sure that he doesn't, he has terror with the Lava Spider, so he won't terror out anyways. But yeah, either ways, he still suffers from the leadership debuffs from Boris, and suffer from the lack of melee stats as well with Crush the Weak and the White Cloak of Ulrich. Flagellants and the swords are still holding on, mostly just Flagellants with their unbreakable. Swordsmen are slowly buckling under the weight of enemy Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers who have recharged into them, and also the quality of Orc Biggins. Goblin Wolf Rider Archers are now closing in to do some skirmishing firepower, and Knights of the Blazing Sun are surrounding the Lava Spider though. Alongside the help of Boris Todbringer, the Goblin Great Shaman is getting lower and lower in health. Great Swords are reinforcing this fight for the longest of time, providing a bit more of that infantry shield and also more armor-piercing damage to work through the HP of the Goblin Great Shaman. The state troops are holding on for now, but the rest of the Orc Biggins and whatnot are flooding in and to help out against the... to help out against the Empire infantry and not really character blob, but really infantry blob actually, and cavalry blob. Knights Knights of the Blazing Sun, 2 Great Swords are all just piling in here and slowly working down the health of those Greenskins. Balance of power is slightly in the in the Empire favor here, as the Greenskins characters are running low in health, especially the Lava Spider Great Shaman. Oh, is that another miscast? That's another miscast, as the Goblin Great Shaman casts, I think, yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, a Vindictive Glare into Boris, doing some nice damage with the burst damage, but Goblin Great Shaman is running low in health, and but yeah, the rest of the melee fight is going into the Greenskins' favor here, as they manage to dispatch most of those Empire State troops. The problem is that the Goblin Great Shaman is buckling, but here comes the Goblin Big Boss here, charging into the back of Boris Topringer, landing in some critical hits onto that Empire leadership with the help of some Orc Biggins anti-large as well. Knights of Blazing Sun continues to put the pressure onto the Goblin Great Shaman. These Demogryph Knights have been chasing down rounded units all the whole time, actually running through enemy troops. I might actually need to check this replay again to see what they were up to, because our focus was mostly in that blob fight. Boris, though, unfortunately, he is being chased down by the Goblin Big Boss, landing a few more hits onto this fleeing Empire Lord, and oh, it seems like the Lava Spider goes down before Boris, and the leadership is running low on the Greenskins, especially this Goblin Big Boss, down to half health, but he's not even actively fighting anything. Just the sheer amount of leadership debuffs plus the terror on Boris Topringer was able to just rout off these Goblin Big Bosses, and Boris might actually be able to return if he regenerates enough HP. The Empire State troops are still fighting, especially with the Demogryph Knights in the mix, and with the Great Swords, Armor Piercing, and Anti-Infantry, they are actually beating back those Orc Biggins, and even beating back the Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers, and Goblin Wolf Riders charging in won't be able to do much here, especially when the Demogryph Knights are in the fight. Boris is fleeing away, but there's nothing on the Greenskin side to finish him off, and he is still regenerating. He is on positive leadership now, so he might be able to return soon. As for the rest of the Greenskins, they are back into the middle of the balance of power, as the combat is quite even with the 2 characters still on the Greenskin side. But the problem is that they don't really have a way to take down Boris if he comes back. He is indeed back. And he is just, if he stays in the skies and refuses to engage on the ground, he will just keep regenerating and stay alive, while the Goblin Big Bosses are just duking it out against the Demogryph Knights, which is not great for them, as they do lack that anti-armor. And if Boris even just get close, these Goblin Big Bosses will just get broken off from those leadership debuffs and the terror, but it seems like the Demogryph Knights alone is enough to do that. And the Goblin Big Bosses are dealt with. The Orc Biggins are also being overwhelmed by the Great Swords and the Flagellants. And yeah, I think that is going to be a very... that's going to be a victory for the Empire, as they're just going to clean up the rest of the Greenskin troops. We go into fast forward here, and there are some forgotten Orc Biggins. And it seems like Corvus Glaive actually managed to get a victory with his full no magic build. Yeah, no, you don't really see this kind of armies winning all the time, but seems like Corvus Glaive managed to pull a victory out of this one with the burst damage coming from the Hellblaster. I think they actually earned back their value already with 1200 gold worth of damage value, and Demogryph Knights getting some solid damage as well. Seems like the semifinals have started already. Okay, never mind. But yeah, we'll probably not cast any of the semifinals live, but we'll definitely cast the finals live. I was just casting replays, and I think I missed out the announcement on the channel. But either ways, we'll probably still get the semifinals replays, which should be fine. But yeah, as for the damage army performances, the Goblin Great Shaman just slammed into the backline there, just munching on Empire cavalry, so getting quite some value and munching on Boris as well. But unfortunately, even with all the damage from the Goblin big bosses earning back their value, they were not able to finish off Boris in the end. Just regeneration is just so annoying, making Boris such a tanky lord. And the rest of the army here, the Orc Biggins, unfortunately not quite able to earn back their value. Though the Goblin Spears actually earned back quite some value with their anti-large. But yeah, the Orc Air Boys being pressured off. I didn't quite pay attention to what happened to the Orc Air Boys here. So let's jump back in and quickly review it again. And yeah. Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers traded okay into the Armored Cavalry, but mostly on the other side, seems like the Demogryph Knights did some amazing work. And same goes for some of the Knights of Blazing Sun, especially surrounding the Goblin Great Shaman's Lava Spider. It's just helping Boris in the fight, providing a bit more meat shield. Same goes for the Great Swords there, and in the end they trade well into the Orc Biggins and the Goblins as well. Boris didn't take a whole lot of damage, but the important thing is that he stayed alive and keep the leadership of the Empire State troops high and keep them in the fight for a little longer. Okay, let's just quickly fast forward to see what happened to the Greenskins backline. I assume it's just the Demogryphs running them down. But yeah, I wouldn't bring a Great Lava Spider into Empire just because of their long-range armor-piercing firepower. I probably wouldn't bring any big monsters into the Empire as the Greenskins, honestly. Instead, I'll just spam a bunch of Orc Boar Biggins and a ton of Goblin frontline. Now let's just do fast forward here and let's see what happens. State troops moving up, but yeah, Knights of Blazing Sun just pushing back some of the Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers, and oh, these Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers, no doubt getting charged by a Knights of the Blazing Sun and took a bunch of damage from that. And then the Demogryph Knights were able to just run down the Orc Air Boys, given that the Greenskins have no mobility to counteract the enemy cavalry. But yeah, both sides are just heavily investing into this fight, but the Empire still have a little bit of mobility left to just run through those enemy Air Boys, and then getting some solid value over time. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to these Demogryph Knights throughout the course of combat. But they are just doing some really solid work here, dispatching those archers, and then probably just run over here to deal with the Night Goblins as well. Yeah, they dealt with the archers while the pitch engagement just goes on in the middle. And then they just come over and, yeah. Oh yeah, getting quite a bit of value just running down those archers, and then now finish off the Goblin Great Shaman. And then those rear charges devastated those Orc Biggins and Goblin Infantry, and Goblin Cavalry as well. And come over here and just finish off the rest of the Goblin Big Bosses while the State Troops duke it out with the tattered Greenskin forces. Okay, do we have a finals out yet? Let's see. I think the finals are still to be confirmed, so yeah, we can still, let's go through this one as well. This Nurgle versus Empire matchup. Oh, this is gonna be rough for Nurgle. The fact that Empire has so much missiles, but oh wait, hold on. They're going for full vanguard again. It's the same build we've seen last time. So a bunch of Pestigals, Furies, Nurglings, Vanguard deployed, and then the triple Nurgle character, Nurgle Lord, Nurgle Hero, Nurgle Exalted Hero, and Nurgle Sorcerer, plus a Rot Knights. Well, Empire, also a similar build. Instead of going for a Hotline Long Rifles, instead they're going for Hammer of Witches and Sunmaker, plus Temple of Luminarch. So a lot of firepower here, though there is a lack of single entities for the Luminarch to hit. As you can see here, it can't actually hit the Chaos characters just yet because they were not in range. But now they're moving in range, so it might be an easier time. Hammer of Witches also turning around to shoot them. The Empire Spears are holding as a bit of a box build with the Halberdiers as well. Empire Knights, and Empire Knights guarding the rear. Burning Head from the Bright Wizard. No, just Fireball actually. Ooh, this is a pretty pinpoint accurate snipe from the Luminarch though. Getting a chunk of health off the Chaos Lord, This is why you want to have the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, because the Crown of Everlasting Conquest can heal him back up, while the Chaos Lord doesn't have any passive heals. Furies are now diving in just to silence those Empire artillery, while the rest of the Nurgle troops are trying to get over to the melee front line here, charging into those state troops, hacking them down with the Furies bogging down those artillery, preventing them from doing too much damage here. Even the Nurgle characters are in the fight. I don't see, Stream of Corruption would be nice, but they don't have that, unfortunately. So probably Rancid Visitation would be a better... it seems that there is a Fleshy Abundance here to heal up the Nurgle Lord. But I would feel like Rancid Visitation against Marcus or the Luminarch would be nice as well. But yeah, anyways, Rot Knights are charging into Empire Knights, and with the regeneration and armor piercing, they should trade well into these Empire Cavalry. This is why you don't really want to box most of the time, because right now a lot of these units are being just bogged down. But yeah, you only have one layer of defense essentially, and once they are occupied, you don't have anything to deal with like threats from the other angle. And if you throw in the reserves at the back, then it means the units behind you are exposed to mobility threats. Like now the back of the Empire formation is open up, and Rot Knights are able to just charge into the rear and just hammer and anvil those, well, Hammer of Witches. That is quite ironic actually. Sunmaker is still firing though, but they're just shooting at Nurglings from far. They can't even shoot the Marauders, the Pestigors nearby, due to the line of sight issues. And now the Luminarch is being surrounded by Rot Knights and will be finished off. Marcus is also bogged down in a melee fight. Pestigors outclass Empire State troops in melee, and Nurglings are just kind of sticky. And just keep those Empire Knights and Spears occupied. But yeah, definitely want to have a more scattered checkerboard formation, I would say, as now the Empire are completely overwhelmed. Their missiles aren't exactly able to dish out the damage. And I will just go into fast forward here and finish off. But yeah, as you can see here, it's a slightly different scenario as the Tzeentch versus Empire battle, right? The Nurgle forces have a lot of mobility, and a lot of their infantry are just ignoring those state troops in the front, just keeping a few units occupied, and then having the most mobility hit up the box from the rear, or just kind of ignore the box and drop in those flying units. And that means the state troops are just kind of occupied in the front, while their rear are a little bit more exposed to the enemy melee troops. And especially the state troops, once they're buckling under the weight of the Pestigors, will just fall apart. And yeah, that's why you don't really want to that's why you don't really want to make a box build, because you only have one layer of defense. Once that layer of defense breaks, you have nothing to protect your middle, very squishy underbelly of missile troops. And as you can see here, once those Furies just dive in and silence your missiles, and then your Spears are losing in combat against the Pestigors, you can't really do much as the Empire here to win this fight, as you are just losing in pretty much every front of the engagement. And yeah, the Furies getting some nice hits onto the Empire artillery too, getting some pretty solid damage value over time. And yeah, Pestigors didn't do a whole lot of damage, some of them even getting wrecked before they can even get into melee combat, but that is fine. The Furies did most of the work here, taking out all these expensive artillery pieces. If anything, I feel like the previous build we've seen with the Hogline Long Rifles had a slightly better chance against this Nurgle build. Because of those Knights of the Black Rose, who can actually deal with Furies pretty nicely. But the Empire Knights this time just kind of like got stuck on Nurglings and whatnot, so not quite able to burst down those Nurgle defenses, Nurgle attacks, not defenses, Nurgle offenses. Sorry. Yeah. Also, Marcus Wolfheart and the Luminarch didn't have the best target to snipe with the long range firepower. Especially there's a little bit more vegetation on this map, so the Chaos Lord of Nurgle and the characters were able to just go through the tree line, avoid those shots, and get into a nice position charging into the front line. And once they're in the front line, you can't actually shoot them with those arrows and laser beams. Colton the Large. I meant to bring Burning Hand and no Fireball. Ah, that was definitely a mistake. Definitely misplayed this game. Didn't expect all of the spread out Vanguard play. For sure, not everyone expects Vanguard. So, which is why Vanguard is really fun to play. Just kind of surprise your opponent out of nowhere most of the time. Now, of course, if your opponent is prepared for a Vanguard play, then you're kind of screwed as well. But hey, not everyone... Like, when it works, it's really fun. Which is why I really love Vanguard, like mass Vanguard plays. Shit. Give me a second. I think I need to change some of the replays. Oh shit. Hold on. We have an autosave somewhere. Wait, we have an autosave somewhere. Hold on. This is not the one. Okay, I think this is Button Eyes Mark. Give me a second. I think this might be it. Let me just quickly copy and paste and check the replay files. Yeah, this is Button Eyes Marks. Looks like the first finalist has been decided. The second finalist is still duking it out. Let's see if we have time to squeeze one more replay in before the finals. Oh, Slaanesh versus High Elves. So Pizu versus Bofonjev. No idea how to pronounce that. But yeah, anyways, Slaanesh going with a lot of Marauders here. 5 Marauders, 3 with Hell Scourges, 2 with regular Sword and Shield. And then an Exalted Demon, 2 Hellstriders with Hell Scourges, 2 Seekers, and 4 Furies. Leading the army and Exalted Keeper of Secrets here. With Lord of Slaanesh, with Pavane and Lash of Slaanesh. On the High Elf side, 2 Tyrion Chariots. Really liking the Tyrion Chariots here from the High Elves we're seeing today. And then the Fireborn plus 3-4 Spears units. Protecting 3 archers, 5 spears actually, protecting 3 archers and a Dragon Princess. Oh, Dragon Princess might be a rough choice into Slaanesh. Ooh, the Tyrion Chariots doing some really good skirmishing damage against the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Unfortunately, they're being rampaged by Pavane. That's what you always need to keep a lookout for against Slaanesh. They're pretty much guaranteed to bring Pavane to rampage your mobility and lure them into a fight that is not great for them. Like these Tyrion Chariots, completely surrounded by the enemy mobility and overwhelmed, immediately shattered, and they're probably gonna be killed. While also giving the Exalted Keeper of Secrets some healing with the Feasting on Fear ability. But yeah, this one lone Tyrion Chariot survived, but it's already routing away. But over time, they actually did some pretty good damage to the Exalted Keeper of Secrets with their magic missiles. They have great missile strength as well, so they bypass that physical resistance and do some good damage to Slaanesh. Yeah, we'll do... Oh, actually, I actually need to cover this first. Frostheart Phoenix supporting Alario the Radiant in disguise with Earthblood, Star of Avalon, and Arcane Unforging. Now let's go into fast forward here as the Archers of High Elves are peppering down those Slaanesh troops, but they are not advancing. While Slaanesh is just holding that capture point here, getting those victory tickets, and High Elves is struggling to decide where they should go to fight. And Slaanesh taking the sweet time to surround the enemy formations. Let's just keep fast forwarding. A nice Pavane once again luring out that Tyrion Chariot, and then immediately strike them with Hellstriders and Seekers of Slaanesh. Just locking them down in melee and picking off this skirmishing chariot. While the Furies are diving into the Archers of Dragon Princess trying to respawn, but they're quickly bailing out of there. While the Hellstriders and Seekers are poising to charge in. One more Tyrion Chariot gone, and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is still took... they're still damaged, but they're slowly healing from those low leadership units with Feasting on Fear. But yeah, Fury's now double teaming on one unit of archers, and the spears are a little bit in a bit of a disarray, kind of all over the place here. Not sure where they want to go and charge. And now these Dragon Princes over chasing those Chaos Furies, and now the Exalted Demonids are coming in to drag them down in melee combat. Same goes for Devoted Marauders, just bogging them down. Furies have dispatched one of the archer unit, and Fireborns are trying to charge in and avenge their fallen brethren. Spears are coming in as well. But here comes the surround from the Hellstriders. Nope, they actually decided to back up because they don't want to get bogged down in a ton of anti-large combatants. Frostheart Phoenix with the magic attacks are dealing with those Chaos Furies. While over here, Malkov's Arcane Unforging, dragging down those Seekers, but I think that might have been a misuse of the magic. You want to use it on something like an Exalted Keeper of Secrets to deny them from casting spells, and also just to drain. It's a better spell against single entities, not against, you know, multi-entity cavalry, and especially when the Fireborn are just fighting them so efficiently anyways. You don't really need the Arcane Unforging onto the Hellstriders, but yeah. Overall, the spears are all over the place here, just kind of being dragged away by, like, this, when fighting something like a mobility faction, you always want to keep your formation intact, which is, of course, easier said than done. I often fail to do that as well, but you want to keep your units staying exactly wherever they are, to just kind of, or at least keeping your formation in a certain, keeping your formation intact. Otherwise, your spears are all over the place trying to chase after units that you can't catch up with, while your archers are just exposed and picked off by the enemy mobility. And now the Fireborn completely overwhelmed by Hellstriders and Exalted Demonids. They were also being hit by a Pavane earlier, being bogged down in melee. And yeah, the Fireborn are gone. Now the Seductive Glory keeping the High Elf units, including the Frostheart Phoenix, in the fight, surrounded by overwhelming force of Slaanesh troops. The High Elves will be throwing in a towel, knowing that they can't really fight back without the anti-large elite Fireborn. So a very resounding victory for the Slaanesh army, able to use the mobility of Slaanesh to their advantage here, constantly luring out those High Elf troops out of position, especially using the Pavane, and slaughtering those Tyrannok chariots. And once the High Elf units once the formation of the High Elf units got messed up because they're trying to go after those Slaanesh hit and runs, then there are more and more, also very good micro from Pizu, the Slaanesh player as well, just luring out those High Elf troops. And once the High Elf units are all out of position, they're exposing more weaknesses in their formation, and then the Slaanesh mobility can just strike the weaknesses and isolate and pick off those High Elf troops. Very nice use of the mobility here, and denying the High Elves from standing their ground. And yeah, the Dragon Princes, these ones unfortunately overchased on the retreating Furies. Yeah, this is why you always want to keep an eye on your mobility. Don't let them get out of position, because once the Dragon Princes are far away from the High Elf formation, there's nothing to stop the Slaanesh troops, nothing to countercharge those Slaanesh mobility, and they're just able to swoop in, pick off those archers when the spears are too slow to respond to these fast-striking threats, fast-moving threats. Yeah. Which is another reason why you want to keep your formation intact when fighting fast mobility. But again, of course, it's easier said than done. Okay, so what else? Tzeentch versus Tomb Kings here. Let's see what happens. Tomb Kings this time Button Eismark going for a single, not going for a single kitty cat. Just Arc in the Black, a bunch of skeleton infantry, 3 spears, 3 Necro warriors, 2 tomb guards, and 1 Kepler guard. I like the use of the tomb guards. They are just a really solid mid-tier infantry. Mid-tier cost. I mean, they're still an elite infantry in terms of Tomb King standards, but yeah, the cost-wise and also stats-wise, they're still like a mid-tier infantry. I mean, they don't rout and they hold for a long time, which is great. And all of these Tomb King units except the Necro... wait, hold on. Tomb Guards and Skeleton Spears have shields to mitigate enemy blue and pink horror firepower, and there's a backbone of melee Ushabtis, which can punch down enemy Marauders, Forsaken, horrors, and that sort of stuff, and also hold down enemy cavalry pretty well as well. Other than that, Ushabti with great bows to shoot stuff from afar, and Arcane the Black coming in with Fate of Yuna and Spirit Leech. In this guys, there are some Carrions here. They probably can take the fight against Screamers, if anything, they 2-on-1 against Screamers, Carrions would definitely win this, and I think they should definitely take this fight. But it seems like the Screamers will try to retreat. No, they're trying to go after Arcane the Black, which might be a big mistake here, as they don't have anything to support them, and they will be isolated and dealt with, especially when there are some Ushabti who can come in and help. Anyways, on the Tzeentch army side, a bunch of Screamers, 2 of them in fact, front line of Marauders, multiple units of pink horrors who are kind of bunched up, which I don't really like, but again, against actually, especially with such a long formation, the penetrating shots of the Ushabti with great bows can do some pretty nasty damage, but seems like they're more focusing on the Chaos Knights instead for now, while there's also a Soul Grinder to start poking down some expensive targets on the Tomb King's side. Screamers, I think they're playing overly aggressive right now. If the Carrions just countercharge them, they're done for. But yeah, anyways, 2 Chaos Knights, 1 on each flank, and leading the army, Exalted Lord of Change with Tzeentch. Pink Horror Fire will be shooting at the Skeleton Spears, doing some very cost-inefficient damage. Pink Fire onto some of these Necro Warriors. I would probably do a spell casting along kind of like this, so that it can cover more of the Necro Warriors, but that's still a good cast, doing some nice damage. Screamers diving onto Ushabtis with great bows, trying to silence that Tomb King firepower, while the pink horrors are unloading into the Necro Warriors here, doing some really good damage. But Carrions are coming in to silence them. The Chaos Knights really needs to come in and dispatch them, but more and more Carrions just floods in, and yeah, the Screamers are being dealt with, dispatched by the Elite Kepler Guard. Chaos Knights are coming in, shutting down those Carrions, while the Ushabtis and Necro Warriors are trading well into the enemy Marauder infantry here. Though the Skeleton Spears are absolutely getting trashed by the Marauders. So yeah, that's quite expected. But yeah, more Carrions charging in just to keep those pink horror busy, denying them from using their firepower to their advantage, while the Ushabtis punch down those enemy Marauders. Tomb Guards are in, and the Screamers are being dispatched by the Kepler Guard, who are still at full health as they regenerate any HP damage they take. Now with the Necro Warriors and the Ushabtis combined, the Screamers are immediately being wrecked in combat. Nice blue fire though, slowly but surely whittling down the health of Arcane the Black. And Tzeentch army is actually pulling ahead in terms of balance of power so far, as they're managing to protect the pink horrors from the threat of those Carrions. But now the Kepler Guard are coming in. Necro Warriors are also breaking through some of these Marauders as well. Tomb Guards rushing in, and the Ushabtis are moving in as well. Tomb Guards with Halberds are moving in, pushing towards the back line of the pink horror, while on the far side, oh actually, I need to check if the finalists are out. Yeah, the Necro Warriors are just constantly pushing in. Exalted Lord of Change, jumping onto the Ushabti with great bows, actually. But yeah, seems like both finalists are out, so we might want to quickly wrap this one up. But yeah, mostly the Tomb Kings are able to win out the melee fight. While the only reason why the Tomb Kings are losing on balance of power is Arcane died, and Arcane did die, which would prove to be a massive leadership issues to a lot of the Tomb King's skeleton infantry. But Tomb Guards and Necro Warriors are still Tomb Guards are still holding strong with their solid leadership and the healthy Necro Warriors and the Ushabtis as well. They're able to break all these Murder infantry. Ooh, nice Doombolt, nuking some skeleton warriors. But yeah, Kepler Guard are in the back line here, bogging down those pink horrors, and with their magic attacks cleaving apart these pink horrors, cutting through their physical resistance. The melee threats is just too much for the Tzeentch army to handle here, as their units are constantly breaking under the pressure of the Necro Warriors and Tomb Guards and Ushabti. Balance of power is still slightly in favor of the Tzeentch army, but unfortunately a lot of that rests in the ammo of the Pink Horse, which they are unable to use here as the nice summon of the Ushabtis right behind these Pink Horse, preventing them from retreating, and then more Necro Warriors and Tomb Guards flooding in, and these Pink Horse will be dealt with slowly crawling back the Tomb King's balance of power, especially with, oh, that was a mistake from the Tzeentch army, leaving the Soul Grinder in the middle of a bunch of Tomb Guards against those anti-large armor piercing. And this massive demon construct just got grind down by these infantry. Now the Ushabtis are in with the mass pinning down the demon engine, and that shall be GG for the Soul Grinder. That shall be it for the Soul Grinder. Ushabtis now, as I said before, they can actually pin down enemy cavalry with their heavy armor and armor piercing attacks, trading decently. And then the Tomb Guards come in, saturating the fight with armor piercing anti-large halberds. And the Chaos Knights can try to psycho charge the enemy infantry. Ooh, actually doing some nice damage against the Kepler Guard, but unfortunately for them, the Kepler Guard actually regenerates. So they're still holding on strong, getting some solid value over the course of battle, and then the Ushabtis charging in. And yeah, it is pretty much just a huge blob of Tomb King's infantry. If there's a pink fire, it would be really nice. But we shall see what happens here. I'm fast-forwarding here as I'm trying to finish the game faster with and move on to the finalist live casting. Chaos Knights are being hacked down by the Ushabtis, and on the far side there are Tomb Guards holding strong even against the charges of the Chaos Knights, because they have such a solid melee stats, 47 melee defense and then anti-large armor piercing. They're able to hold on, and also solid leadership as well. So even with the death of Arcane the Black, they're still fighting on, keeping that capture point under their control, surrounding it with their own infantry. The Tzeentch army really needs still psycho charging, getting some really good damage with the Chaos Knights, though once they charge in, the Ushabtis counter charge and start hacking through those Chaos Knights. Oh no, the Chaos Knights overstayed their welcome, staying in the fight for a little too long, taking a bit more losses from those Tomb King's constructs. And now the halberds and Ushabtis are just piling in, surrounding the Exalted Lord of Change. And seems like the balance of power is still in favor of the Tzeentch army, but that's mostly because the Exalted Lord of Change propping up the balance of power. In terms of sheer melee combat prowess, there's no way these the Exalted Lord of Change and these tattered Chaos Knights can win out against all these armored infantry, elite infantry, and constructs. Just the sheer grinding power of the Tomb Gods actually carrying the day here. Slowly but surely grinding down those Chaos Knights and holding that capture point until they win the game. Alright, looks like we have the finals lobby up. So yeah, give me a minute to go through the army performances, and we'll be moving on to the live casting of finals. Now for the army performances here, the Chaos Knights did some really good damage. Mostly just the Chaos Knights doing some really nice impactful charges against the enemy skeletons. But the problem is that the infantry just loses really hard against the Tomb Kings, against the Necro Warriors and the Tomb Gods, who got some really solid value over time. Dragging down the Soul Grinder, I think one big mistake is definitely leaving the Soul Grinder in a fight against the Tomb Gods and then letting it get dragged down. The shots can probably do a bit more damage to the Tomb Gods in the late game there, and the Exalted Lord of Change doing some decent damage, but we saw a few misses with the Pink Fire, and it definitely could do a little bit more damage with those Pink Fire spam, especially onto weakening the Tomb Gods there. But yeah. I feel like, against Tomb Kings, you probably don't want those Pink Horrors. I probably wouldn't even bring Screamers and just bring a bunch of Zantigors. That would be nice. Like a Zantigor, I think I would always bring Zantigors as Tzeentch. I feel like that is like a warranted move, pretty much. And I probably wouldn't bring an Exalted Lord of Change as well, because the terror on the Exalted Lord of Change is useless, and if you're just bringing a unit as a bit of blue fire and pink fire caster, just bring a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch, and you even get Chaos Spawn summon to disrupt enemy backline and whatnot. So yeah, I don't think there's really a need of the Exalted Lord of Change if you're just looking for a Lord of Tzeentch caster. And yeah, the Chaos Knights did pretty well, cycle charging down those skeleton infantry, getting some impactful charges even into the Tomb Guards. But unfortunately, the Tomb Guards held on and just cut down whatever being thrown in their way, outclassing the Tzeentch melee troops in every aspect. Arcan, though, didn't do a whole lot of damage, heavily targeted by Blue Fire and Screamers, and being shot by the Soul Grinder as well. And yeah. Alright, that's it for this battle, and we'll be moving on to the next stage where we are, but yeah, I really like this, unrelenting horde of skeleton from the Tzeentch army there. I don't think there's a lot the Tzeentch can do against this build, other than maybe try and spam Forsaken. But yeah, that was a GG, and let us move on to the next, oh no, not skirmishing. Move on to the next multiplayer battle here. Join with code. Yeah. Spectate the finalists. Turn on the screen blocker, and let's wait. Alright, let's see if the players are ready. Looks like they are ready. And it's gonna be Slaanesh versus High Elves here. Pizu versus Parry and Riposte. Alright, yeah. So let us wait for the players to start the battles, and yeah, let's see. Okay, looks like Pizu is, Pizu? Is that a Chinese name or something? No, I don't know. But yeah, Pizu versus Parry Riposte. Slaanesh versus High Elves. And let's drop the blocker. Pizu going for a Slaanesh army with the Exalted Keeper of Secrets with Slaanesh lore. And a ton of Marauders. A couple regular ones, a bunch of Hellscourge ones. I think it's a pretty much similar build to the one we've seen before. What else are there? Let's wait and see. Let's see what else. Yeah, 4 Furies and then... Oh yeah, 2 units of Hellscourges, Hellstriders, and 2 units of Seekers, 1 Exalted Demonite. And the Slaanesh Keeper of Secrets have Pavane, Lash of Slaanesh, and Seductive Glory. So quite a bit of rampaging abilities. As for the... Okay, hold on. As for the High Elf units here, a bunch of Illyrian Reaver Archers and and Silver Helms with shields, and 2 units of Tyrion Chariots. Once again, ooh, risky attempt here. Once again, we are seeing Tyrion Chariots against Slaanesh, but they might fall victim to those Pavane again. We shall see what happens here. I don't like playing skirmishing against Slaanesh because pretty much all their mobility is faster than your skirmishers. A lot of their all of their mobility are 100 speed or more. So against your 90-ish speed Illyrian Reaver Archers, they have no issue catching up. It's gonna take them some time, but they will still eventually catch up, especially with the charge animation acceleration. So yeah, I think skirmishing against Slaanesh, especially when there's Pavane on the field, is not a greatest idea, but we shall see here. Spears in front line, 2 White Lions of Thrace against all that anti-armor of the Exalted Demonites and Seekers. This is rough for High Elves. I mean, yeah. Fireborn and Silver Helms with shields, leading the army. Tyrion is a decent lord against Slaanesh. It's just the rest of the army I'm a bit doubtful about. Supported by a Lore Master of Hoev with Melkovs and Earthblood. I like Melkovs against Slaanesh, bypassing their physical resistance and do quite a bit of good damage against their rather fragile cavalry as well. Oh, here comes a Pavane against the Tyrion Chariots. Oh no, they're being dragged into melee. And immediately the Hellstriders are pouncing onto them, trying to finish off this chariot unit. Both sides are taking some damage, but with the Seekers coming in, and oh, At least the Fireborn is coming in as well. The Tyrion is immediately getting demolished. Unfortunately, the Sunfang didn't do a whole lot of damage either. But yeah, the Rampage just constantly keeping those High Elf units in the fight. But the Fireborn are slamming in, trying to dish out some more damage against the Slaanesh cavalry. But the skirmishers of the High Elves are being harassed heavily by the Chaos Furies and Tyrion, and the incoming Hellstriders and Seekers as well. But over here, at least the Fireborn is pushing up ahead, just getting an advantage, immediately destroying those Hellstriders. Tyrion Chariots somehow managed to survive this onslaught, with the spears nearby providing a little bit more infantry screen. Even the White Lines are rushing in, and Tyrion is beating up the Keeper of Secrets. But here comes a returning charge of the Seekers here, slamming into the side of these White Lions, doing some meh damage. Actually, the Silver Helms are just bogging down a ton of, locking down a whole 4 units of Slaanesh mobility, buying a lot of time for those skirmishers to move on to other units, like just send those Elanri Reaver Archers to chase down these Furies. Elanri Reaver Archers is a pretty decent melee unit, even among missile units, so they can actually double as like a melee unit if you are out of troops to fight with. Now, unfortunately, Tyrion is kind of bogged down by Exalted Demonids, and it's taking a bunch of damage, so the White Lines will come in to screen, hopefully help Tyrion get out of the surround. And the Tyrion Chariots now being bogged down by Chaos Furies, but the Silver Helms, despite their losing this fight, the most important, most valuable thing is that they're just keeping those Slaanesh troops occupied, unable to go anywhere else to reinforce other fights. So, especially if the Seekers come over here and rear charge these White Lions, things would be a lot more different in this fight. Not the, the Lash will ruin them now, but if the Seekers are here, they could have trapped Tyrion and allowed the Exalted Keeper of Secrets to snipe him out. But no, they are somewhere else, just kind of fighting those Silver Helms, not really doing a lot of damage. As you can see, not a lot of new models are in contact with the enemy unit, so the Silver Helms are just still holding. They are mostly in contact with enemy Furies and Marauders, which are not the greatest units to kill them anyways. While over here, Tyrion Chariots and Elanri Reaver Archers are actually in melee, beating up those tattered Furies. And Tyrion, once again, going after the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, who is just seeing Tyrion and be like, nope, I'm out of here. And start trying to run and allow the Exalted Demonids to bog down Tyrion instead. Though Melkov's Mystifying Miasma draining away their health, they don't have the most HP per model, so Melkov would definitely devastate their HP bar. Furies decided now finally, okay, we need to go fight something else instead of just, okay, never mind. They finished dealing with the Silver Helms, but that's a lot of precious minutes gone. They're just spending a whole 4 minutes not really fighting anything other than the Silver Helms. If they were somewhere else to fight, they definitely could have gotten some better value. But for example, like just trying to overwhelm the Fireborn, who have returned from chasing down the Hellstriders, and recharge the Exalted Demonids and getting some really solid work done. Now charging into the Devoted Marauders with Hellscourge, just running them down instead. The Seekers probably should come over and deal with the Fireborn, but right now they're quite tattered. Though they're surrounding the Fireborn, dropping a Fascination to rampage them and drain away their health as well from the Slaanesh army ability, so the Fireborn is quickly taking some shock damage. Now would be a good time to drop in an Earthblood, as they're now down to less than half health. My god, those Seekers truly doing some solid work against any units they can charge. So yeah, suddenly things are not looking too hot for the High Elves, losing a very important unit here. The Fireborn is on the verge of death. And there's no Earthblood in sight. The spears over here has been broken off by the rear charge of the Furies, and now the Marauders are able to be freed up and go fight something else. On the far side, the Tyrion Chariots have returned, dropping a couple of shots onto the Seekers, actually putting them into the disintegration territory. So one Seeker is gone. Actually, 2 Seekers both gone. Yeah, both of the Seekers are gone, looks like. It is pretty much just the Marauders remaining for the Slaanesh army, and High Elves will have all the battlefield control with all their mobility available. Though the Tyrion Chariots once again being lured into combat. But Tyrion not being targeted by the Exalted Keeper of Secrets while he's too busy fighting Devoted Marauders might be a bit of a mistake, especially when there's a Seductive Glory rampaging everything, making sure that Tyrion cannot pick his targets. So the Exalted Keeper of Secrets might want to just go and backstab. Oh wait, no. Don't really want to backstab Tyrion, because if he gets low enough at this point, he might just get a burst heal with the Heart of Avalon on him and crush the Slaanesh troops with Bounds of Power. But right now, seems like the Exalted Keeper of Slaanesh is having a grand old time hacking down on those Tyrion chariots and getting a little bit of healing from all those low leadership high elf units. This might be the best bet for the Slaanesh troops to win, but their HP is running low, army losses hit, and that should be victory for High Elves, winning against the troops, the minions of the Prince of Seduction. What are the different names of Slaanesh? I actually forgot. I don't pay the most attention to the Chaos Gods, other than knowing that the Khorne is Blood God, Nurgle is Grandfather, and Tzeentch. I don't know much about Tzeentch in terms of lore. But yeah, very strong performance from those Illyrian Reaver archers. Great unit just to like roam around the battlefield, not only just skirmishing, but if they see something, some isolated Slaanesh units like the Furies we saw earlier, they're able to just charge in and just run them down. Tyrion Chariot's getting a surprising amount of value. For once, they're doing some solid work here. Mostly just shooting at the enemy targets from afar, using their magical missiles to bypass those demonic physical resistance. And this is a difference we've seen between this battle and the previous High Elf battle, where the Tyrion chariots advance on their own without any nearby troops. And those Tyrion chariots immediately got sniped out by a swarm of Slaanesh troops, while these Tyrion chariots actually survived because there are friendlies nearby, the fireball and spears, Tyrion himself rushing in to save those Tyrion chariots. And we're able to come back and do a little bit more damage over time. The spears and White Lion's able to out-trade against the Devoted Marauders, while I think the MVP is actually the Silver Helms, actually, in this fight. One Silver Helm bogging down one unit of Hellstrider with Hell Scourges, bogging down, one Hellstriders with Hell Scourges, one Seekers, two Fury units, and even one Marauders. Like one Silver Helms making sure that 4 to 5 units of Slaanesh troops were not able to fight anything but only those Silver Helms for a good 3-4 minutes. And that was a very valuable time for the High Elves to just use the rest of their army, all the Tyrion chariots, the Illyrian Reaver archers, and the Fireborn to just dispatch the other Slaanesh troops. Because if those Slaanesh troops got freed up, they could have just rear charged enemy spears, try to swarm the Fireborn. As you can see, the Fireborn got quickly annihilated by that Seeker unit, the Seeker cavalry unit, during the late game. Like, imagine if that happened earlier in the fight. That would have been devastating for the High Elves for sure. Yeah. And those spears would not have held as long, allowing the Slaanesh troops to go and just free up those Marauders and fight other stuff like just bog down Illyrian Weavers and whatnot. So yeah, I think definitely a bit of a mistake from Pizu here, allowing those Slaanesh troops to just bunch up and bog down by one single Silver Helms. Otherwise, Pizu has been... I feel like Pizu had some pretty solid performances of micro in the earlier games. I think it's just a bit of a slip up in this one game. Thanks for the commentary, learning a lot as a new player. I'm glad you are enjoying the stream, Emmanuel, and same goes for Jim as well. Actually, I wasn't the one hosting the tournament. It's actually Big JP doing all the heavy lifting, doing all the organizing, setting up the total tavern page, and just setting up all the brackets, setting the maps, and running all the logistic stuff. I'm just merely casting the battles. The heavy lifting were actually done by the players of RTK clan. Definitely a big thanks to them for inviting me once again to cast this tournament. Especially, I think the main thing about hosting tournaments is just the logistic work, especially organizing all the stuff here. But yeah, it seems like but for this time, like some other players are able to just take over that burden, and I am just kind of chilling here, casting and enjoying the games, which is makes it much easier to cast tournaments. Because normally I already cast like a tournament every Wednesday, right? So, and it's just more work for me to do if I have to organize another tournament on weekend. But which is why I only cast one tournament every week. But with the logistic work being lifted off of me, I am able to just jump in and just watch and talk about replays, which makes it so much easier for me to cast these replays. Anyways, yeah. Which is main. I think this is the main reason why I was happy to just jump in and help Big JP out with the tournament casting. But yeah, anyways, let's go into the replay section. I might like take a couple minutes break here or there to rehydrate, but let's go through the rest of replays. We have a lot to go through. I think that's like, oof, we might speedrun some of these. Let's see what happens here. Because I don't want to drag out the stream for too long. But yeah, either ways, La Pruna going with Lizardmen, while Khorne of Random Cubane going with well, Khorne. But yeah, army builds wise, Lizardmen going for an interesting pick. We have Nakai the Wanderer on the field, the mighty legendary Croxagore. He does have the Primal Roar for extra melee attack and physical resistance, Miasma of Despair, and Cold-Blooded. Also the Golden Tribute. Wait, Golden Tribute is really nice for the Vigor Refresh and damage resistance of 10% as well. Other than that, let's see. We have Skink Priest of Beast with Flock of Doom. Bastiladon with Rev Crystal and the Shredder of Lustria coming in with some mighty, devastating melee power. And this kind of a melee blob fight might be a weakness of Khorne, as they are not really good at taking down a big single entity monster like that, unless they have some specific tools to counter. Ooh, wait, hold on. Yeah, this. Actually, I forgot. Yeah, never mind. The existence of Karanak is a great counter against blobs like these, because like you just need to move a Karanak near this blob. You don't even need to send Karanak into melee, and all these characters' abilities will be silenced and unable to be used. And yeah, this is gonna be rough for the single entity blob for Lizardmen, just because Karanak is on the field. The rest of the Lizardman army here, Skink Corps in the front line with some red-crested skinks, one single Saurus Spears, and more Saurus Spears at the back there. Skink Corps with javelins, and more red-crested skinks, skink skirmishers. And yeah, that's it for the Lizardman army build. For Khorne, a whole front line of Forsaken and Marauders, and then some Minotaurs with great weapons, 3 of them in fact. Scarbrand the Exile, supported by Karanak, ready to go in for some bloody engagements. Now the Forsaken, a little bit of a drop of micro from Random Cubane here, allowing the Red Crested to charge in and get some nice armor-piercing damage. But once the Forsaken starts getting hits in, the light armor of the Red Cresteds are quickly crumbling in front of those Forsaken's 50 plus weapon strength. Now the single entities of Lizardmen are rushing in, but here comes Karanak moving over. And as soon as he gets close, these guys will be silenced, but looks like they're not getting close just yet. But anyways, Scarbrand is coming in. But yeah, the Minotaurs are rushing in with their armor-piercing anti-large, which makes them great to trade against the Nakai and Bastiladon. Plus, Nakai is now silenced, unable to use any of his abilities. I think that's the same goes for... Yeah, the same goes for the Rev Crystals. Unable to use the Brass Collar. I think... Being hit by the Brass Collar, unable to use the Rev Crystal healing. So this is a big problem for the Lizardmen right now. The Shredder of Lustria is duking it out against Scarbrand. It seems Scarbrand is winning this fight. And that is as expected for one of the greatest fighter in the entire Warhammer. Beating up one of the greatest Bloodthirster and just straight up beating this Shredder of Lustria in melee combat. With a little bit of help from the Minotaurs, of course. Though the Minotaurs will be terror routed soon, their leadership being dropped by the Shredder of Lustria's the Dread Aversion, and also the Terror just breaking them back. Forsaken of Khorne comfortably beating up those skinks. The main problem is they need to finish off the Shredder of Lustria, though it seems like Karanak moved out of the surround as he is getting beat up by Nakai and the Rev Crystal, so allowing the Rev Crystals to cast a heal onto Shredder of Lustria here. But once again, the Karanak is in the vicinity here, now trying to go after the Skink Priest of Beast. and deny the Lizardmen from their spellcasting ability. Another rampage from Skarbrand. I don't know if it's from, oh yeah, actually no, it's from Primal Roar, which also adds rampage to the Lizardmen troops. And it seems that Skarbrand is in a pretty desperate scenario, being double teamed by Nakai and the Shredder. He is taking a ton of damage. Minotaurs and Forsaken are trying to save him, and Skarbrand is trying to extract himself from this engagement here. Though I think the spellcaster of the Lizardman is being dealt with. Nope, still around, still being chased down by Karanak here. And Skarbrand decided to move on to fight something else. Karanak, I feel like at this point needs to just stay around the Bastiladon with Rough Crystal, making sure there is no more heals for the Lizardmen here. But overall, it seems like Khorne is getting ahead in terms of balance of power. There's still 13 models on those Minotaurs and can do some pretty solid damage if they can get us around on something. And Skarbrand is coming back with some very healthy Minotaurs who help. These Minotaurs are taking some damage, but they're just fighting Nakai, so they're fine for now, as Nakai don't have his Primal Roar just yet. He has activated it not long ago. Another Rough Crystal healing, keeping that Shredder in the fight, but he is getting low in HP, surrounded by those anti-large AP of the Minotaurs. Forsaken as well, shielding, providing some more meat shields for those Minotaurs here. Though the Minotaurs, these ones taking a bunch of damage from the massive bites of the Shredder. While Karanak continues to hunt down the Skink Priest. Now Skarbrand, seeing that there's a Rough Crystal nearby, he's trying to finish off the Lizardman healing, though I think the Shredder would probably die first, still surrounded by Minotaurs. If Skarbrand can just move over and just give the Shredder a good punch down, that will probably spell the end of the Shredder right now. But the Cold-Blooded is keeping him in the fight with that extra 16 leadership, and also Nakai helping out in the fight. The Terror and the leadership debuff of the Shredder managed to break off these Minotaurs here, though the Shredder is not long for this world, down to the last 300-ish HP. And the Minotaurs are still getting a couple more hits in, down to 200 now. The Shredder is still holding with that Cold-Blooded effect. Barely holding on though. And Rev Crystal is almost done for as well. Finally, the Karanak finished off the Block of Doom caster and will be coming back. Maybe he can get close enough to deny the extra heals, but looks like there's another Rev Crystal heal onto the Shredder of Lustria. Karanak being distracted by Skink Quartz might be a little bit of a mistake here. Skarbrand is almost finishing the Bastiladon, but he has used up 3 casts of Rev Crystal now. And the Shredder is now back to over 1,500 HP. Things are getting quite tight for both sides. Skarbrand taking more damage, and Karanak is still too busy dealing with those skinks. He is desperately needed over here to deny enemy from using more abilities, but looks like the Primal Roar is once again active from Nakai, adding more melee attack and physical resistance for the Lizardman troops, and Nakai is now going after Skarbrand, who is getting hit by those machine gun blow dots of the Shredder of Lustria. There's no more, I think there's no more healing. No, the Bastiladon might actually come back. Yeah, leaving Karanak against those Skink Quartz might have been a big mistake, allowing Nakai to get those burst damage out with the Primal Roar and the Rev Crystal of the Bastiladon with Rev Crystal. And yes, Skarbrand once again turning on that Rage Embodied, trying to keep anything around in a Rampage, but he is going down. He is hitting that demonic instability, slowly fading away. He needs to charge something to get that extra leadership buff into a charge, but he is down, and that is a massive leadership hit to the Minotaurs and the rest of the Khorne army here. Everything just suddenly breaks on the Lizardman on the Khorne side, except Karanak. Karanak finally decided to go after the Bastiladon, I believe, but it's too late. Army loss is hit, and there should be victory for the Lizardmen as their single entity blob managed to hold on and getting some really solid value with 5,000 gold worth of damage value from the Shadow. Yeah, as I said, leaving the Rev Crystal and Nakai not undisturbed by the Karanak Brass Collar aura was a big mistake there. Like, the Skink Priest, yeah, sure, the Flock of Dooms might be annoying, but the healing is even more lethal for Khorne, as it just keeps the Shredder in the fight, allowing it to just keep dishing out damage, getting those lethal hits onto Skarbrand with Nakai. Like, Nakai using Primal Roar boosting the melee attack of Shredder and Nakai himself allow them to get some big hits onto Skarbrand in the late game. They're turning around those critical melee fights. If Karanak can stay on top of the single entity blob, Karanak and the Rev Crystal could not have used their abilities to help the Shredder of Lustria, and the Shredder would probably be finished off a bit earlier as well. Actually, would definitely be finished off a lot earlier without the healing from the Rev Crystal. But with Karanak too distracted to fight other stuff instead of keeping that silence aura around the single entities, yeah, Nakai was able to dish out some pretty painful damage with the Primal Roar, boosting those melee attacks. And I mean, the Skinks and also the Saurus also get some good hits. But yeah, the rest of the Skinks don't really matter. It's pretty much just the Shredder and Nakai carrying the game for once, while Karanak was too busy going after the Skink Priest. I mean, it is still good to deny the enemy from their caster, but in this kind of blob fight, it's definitely priority for Karanak to just use the Silence Aura to shut down the enemy single entity blob from using their abilities. Skarbrand tried his best, but Alas and also the Minotaurs also tried their best, but Alas, the healing is just too much for them here. And yeah, they were unable to outgrind the Shredder with the Rev Crystal support. Especially, like, healing is in percentage, right? So the more HP a unit has, the more healing they're gonna get. And a Rev Crystal on Shredder and a Rev Crystal on, say, a Skink Priest is very different in terms of the healing they're getting. Like, you're gonna get like you're gonna get like over 1,000 heal from the Rev Crystal on a Shredder, but on a Skink Priest you're just gonna get like a couple hundred or something. Yeah, that was a very lethal mistake, not keeping Karanak close to the single entities there. Yeah, next up, we have the High Elves versus Empire. This time Parry Repulse going with a double Eagle Club Bolt Thrower, 1 Turnok Chariots, 1 Heralds of the Wind, Fireborn, 2 Silver Helms with shields, I think. Wait, I think these ones don't have shields, actually. Wait, no. No, that's a shield on their picture. Yeah, they have shields. Anyways, 5 Spears, 1 Riders of the Storm. Storm Riders? Hold on. The Storm Riders, yeah, Lothian Seagull Regiment of Renown, and yeah, some Silver Helm shields. Leading the army is wait, where the fuck is it's Teclis? Yeah, Teclis. On the other side, we are seeing some Hellstorm Rocket Battery already bombarding the enemy front line, getting some really nice damage done, and Outriders actually outshooting 1 single Heralds of the Wind with their rotating handguns. With their what are their guns called actually? I can't really. I forgot what their guns are called. But anyways, Hogland rifles are shooting long range firepower and trying to pick off the enemy infantry targets. Doing some. Oh, actually, they're counted as small arms fired, so they're not doing a whole lot of damage against the spears. I think that might have been blocked by the spears' silver shields. Anyways, spearmen are pushing up, and silver bullets are readying as well. And Hellstorm Rocket Battery, Sterling's Revenge Spears, and Empire Knights in the skies. Boris once again on horseback, on a Pegasus, flying horseback. While the Eagle Club Bolt Throwers are in a scattershot right now, getting that extra bonus versus infantry, and they're landing more hits because they're scattershots. They're striking multiple Hawkline Long Rifle models at once, doing some really nice damage over time. Though both sides are taking quite a bit of damage from the spell. Yeah, both sides are taking quite a bit of damage from each other's long-range firepower, and the Outriders, though, standing a little bit too close to those Lothian Sea God and are taking a ton of damage from those Archer line. Silver Bullets are trying to aim at these Fireborn here, and though unfortunately seems like they have a little bit of a line of sight issue, they're just not firing, being blocked mostly by the Empire Knight, I believe, or at least by the Light Wizard. Well, Rifles got some nice damage done, but the Fireborn is now free, slaughtering those Empire Knights. Spears are now coming in to deal with those Silver Helms, and yeah, but looks like the Fireborn will be free to roam around the battlefield. Something needs to be done to lock them down. As Boris is like too far away to help. He is on the other side of the battlefield, beating up some Silver Helms with the help of Empire Knights. Outriders, though, being shot by the Lothian Sea Guard. and by some of these Eagle Club Bolt Flurries as well. They will be dispatched while Fireborn is here in range and absolutely running down those silver bullets, getting a regrowth heal to keep their hit points up as well. Teclis fighting the Light Wizard. He should be able to win this fight, I think. But yeah, either ways, Spear's still trying to catch up to the Empire, Silver Helms, who are trying to run down the Empire Knights, and they're not going to succeed with only their 2 legs versus the 4 on the horses. Over here, Tekla is going a little bit too balls deep into the formation of the enemies here, as Boris is now trying to go after him, though there are some Fireborn nearby, dispatching the Silver Bullets, running down the Hawkline Rifles. I think that might be GG for the Empire, honestly. There's only the Starland's Revenge still on the field, but the rest of the damage output of the Empire army is pretty much gone. Yeah, one single Fireborn running down 2 Hawkline non-rifles, 1 Silver Bullet, and shut down the Hellstorm Rocket Battery. No, actually Silver Helms will be coming in to do that. But yeah, the Fireborn now moving over to deal with the Starline's Revenge, going 2,100, 2,200 gold worth of damage value. I think that's basically it. There are some tattered Empire Knights trying to go after the High Elf backline, but that doesn't matter. The Empire simply do not have the options, do not have the resources to deal with a Fireborn, I don't think. At least not against a Fireborn who has regrowth healing. Although, this might be clutch though. Boris is sniping out Teclis with the help of some Outriders here. And that will deny Fireborn from future regrowths. I mean, they're still receiving a little bit of healing with the regrowth now. But, oh, nice net of Emmentalk pinning them down. And now the Outriders are free to fire at them. Tyrion Chariot's still on the far side though. And maybe perhaps the Eagle Club Bolt Flurries can keep shooting. And same goes for the Storm Riders here to just pepper down the Outriders. The Hellstorm has been firing for a whole lot of time, which is why you can see the High Elf backline is very tattered right now, being hammered by those Hellstorm Rocket Battery. Hawkline Rifles are returning to fire as well. But Boris diving down against Fireborn, that was a very gutsy move. His healing is going to get cut by half by all the fire attacks, and he's losing a lot of the Armor Piercing's missile support. I mean, Starline's Revenge are coming back to poke at the Fireborn, which is great. But Boris is not enjoying this fight at all. But at least he is on he's on Pegasus, so he doesn't have the biggest hitbox for enemies to poke at. So there are less Fireborn coming in contact with his model right now. Spears holding down against the state troops, so not the most exciting engagement there. Just both sides just poking at each other's shield walls. Though the Fireborn is running low in health, being peppered by the Starline's Revenge. But here comes the Tyrion Chariots. Still at almost full health, breaking those Starline's Revenge, and now they can move over and run down the Hawkland Rivals and Silver Bullets and whatnot. The Fireborn, though, running low in health, they really need to make sure these Silver Bullets and Hawkline Rivals can't come back. But balance apart is in favor of the High Elves. They might have lost their leadership, but they still are High Elves, and their leadership is definitely solid. Shattering the Hawkline Rifles, shattering the Silver Bullets, the Fireborn definitely doing some solid work. Almost 4,000 gold of damage value. Now surrounding Boris getting even more damage value, while the Tyrion Chariots will be running through any tattered units that remains on the Empire side. Maybe a rear charge onto the Spears would be nice as well. Shattering those Spears, army losses hit, and it seems like the Fireborn really carrying this one. Yeah, I don't really like the Empire army having such a scattered formation. Like, you have a lot of missile units, right? But you have nothing to protect them. So as soon as a Fireborn gets into your backline, all these missile units just straight up died from one single mobility running through them. 5,000 gold worth of damage value against Empire. It's very rare to see that much damage against an Empire army. That's pretty much half of an Empire army going down against a Fireborn. Like, yeah, which is why I don't really like this Empire formation. Again, like, you're just bunching up your missile units together, and with not enough assets to protect them. Outriders are not able to block down, not able to block off the Fireborn from charging your backline. I would say if I were the Empire player, I would just cut out the Outriders and get more Empire Knights, and maybe switch the Starline's Revenge. I mean, they get a lot of damage value, but mostly only because no one was really paying attention to them, and also because they were able to sit there next to the Fireborn and just keep shooting at them. But yeah, probably cut out the Starline's Revenge and bring a bunch of halberdiers to protect the Empire backline against the heavy armored cavalry of the High Elves. Boris got some really good damage sniping out Teclis, but that's about it for them. Okay, Hellstone Rocket Battery getting some solid damage value over time as well. But the rest of the army not quite able to do the damage. Outriders being outranged, outshot by those Loven Seaguard here. Silver Helms, one of them did great, one of them did not. Pretty much just carried by the Fireborn, actually. Running through all those Empire missile units, even losing Teclis is not quite enough to help Empire win the game, as the Fireborn just took up so much of their damage potential. They have nothing really to reliably take down the Chariots and the Fireborn in the late game. And yeah, that is it for this battle here. Next up, we have... Next up, we have Khorne versus Lizardmen. Wait, hold on. I think we've seen this. We've definitely seen this. Okay, we can delete that. Give me a second there. Alright, cool. Let me just quickly quit replay and that. Because we've seen this already, so we can skip that. There's no point watching the same thing again and again. Okay, hold on. I think that's also what we've seen already, so we can delete those. High Elves versus Greenskin. Okay, we haven't seen this yet. Imrik going on a dragon, a very classic build of Imrik. With an Earth Caster, 5 Earth Blood Caster, sorry, or Regrowth Caster. Oh, both, I guess. Lure of Life Caster, 5 Spears, 4 Loven Seaguard, and 2 Dragon Princes, one of them, the Fireborn. Imrik, of course, coming in with his dragon, and on the other side, the Greenskins, a Goblin War Boss, not Goblin War Boss, plus 2 Goblin. Wait, that's a that's a Goblin Great Shaman with a Lava Spider, plus 2 Goblin Big Bosses, and front line of Orc Biggins, pretty much the same build we've seen every battle from this Greenskin player here. A bunch of Nat Goblin Squid Hoppers. Well, okay, actually, we are seeing the Orc Boar Boy Biggins this time. It's not like Pump Wagons and more Orc Boar Boy Biggins. So yeah, only 2 Nat Goblin Squid Hoppers, maybe? And 2 units of Goblin Wolf Rider Archers on the far side. Might want to bring... against the High Elves, might want to bring the Manji Marauders with their armor-piercing attacks. Oh, nice impact damage from the Snotling Pump Wagons. They need to quickly pull out these Snotling Pump Wagons, though, because over time, they will get dragged down in melee combat. You want to really utilize the charge impact with your chariots, like the Snotling Pump Wagons here. So you charge in, get the impact damage, and quickly pull out and fight something else and get another charge. Otherwise, you just sit there and just take a bunch of damage and die with this Pump Wagons. Anyways, Night Goblin, Squid Hoppers, ooh, charging into spears. Their charge was mostly mitigated by the charged weapons, while they themselves are getting countercharged by the Fireborn, and the spears providing some anti-large infantry as well, supporting the Fireborn and just poking down those Night Goblin Squid Hoppers. And even the Orc Boar Biggins will get poked down in this kind of anti-large matchup. Fireborn getting an Earthblood as well, getting some preemptive healing to just keep their models alive, while the Orc Biggins have charged in, saturating on top of the Fireborn. Now, Imrik is in the fight, so providing some really strong terror presence, munching down those Orc Boar Biggins. The double Goblin Big Bosses are here, using the They Need Stabbin' to plus the Nasty Curse to really nuking down the stats of Imrik. Down to 30 armor and only 8 melee defense. He is taking some damage, not a whole lot, but some damage right now, as the 2 Goblin Big Bosses are poking him pretty significantly. Goblin Great Shaman is here, munching down those any nearby High Elf units, including these Fireborn, who have taken a lot of damage as they're trying to push through enemy troops, but taking damage from nearby units like the Orc Boar Boy Biggins. But on the other side there, Orc Boar Boy Biggins probably charge into the enemy spears, but countercharged by Dragon Princes and whatnot, and died out of being outclassed and outnumbered in the fight and just died. Over here, Night Goblin Archers are shooting in and peppering down the spears and yeah, doing some okay work here. Orc Biggins, though, just struggling to punch through the spears in a quick hurry. Eventually, they will probably win with so many units nearby in here, but it will take them some time, especially when a breath attack is scorching some of these Orc Biggins, whittling them down. The Goblin Great Shaman is trying to go after the live caster, but that exposes him to the charge of Imrik. So Imrik can quickly come over to snipe out this spider, especially when there are multiple Lofen Sea Guard turning around and just start focus firing this Goblin Great Shaman. A regrowth on Imrik. Dragonhorn adding that melee attack to everyone. Oh, what the fuck happened to the Mage of Life? Just got munched down. Or, oh, that might be because of a... Ah, that was an overcast damage. She took a hit from the Goblin Great Shaman and ate a bunch of overcast explosion on herself. So that was a quite painful loss of the Life Mage, but she might be able to come back, as Imrik is absolutely destroying that Lava Spider in melee combat. Yep, the Life Mage came back. And the Lava Spider is just got munched up by Imrik. Another Earth Blood healing as well, stacking all the healing onto Imrik, keeping him alive while the Loven Sea Guard just focused down that Goblin Great Shaman. All these Greenskin troops are now stuck on the one single spear. Big mistake. I feel like a lot of newer players are just making quite often make this mistake. You stack multiple units onto one single spear, but the problem is that these you're not really pressuring, like, you're not really, how do I say it? These units can be spent better elsewhere, like, for example, move those Orbiggins over and start chasing after the Loven Sea Guard. These Orbiggins are trying to push through, which is nice, but a lot of their units are kind of stuck on the spears. When they're trying to move through enemy units, they're not attacking while the enemy units are attacking them, so you're giving a lot of free damage to your opponent. And the Orc Biggins are just not in the best effectiveness right now. Imrik right now is just 1v2ing the two Goblin Big Bosses, as he has managed to slay the Lava Spider with the help of the Loven Sea Guard. And now the leadership of the Greenskins are taking a big hit, and Imrik will be winning this 1v2 fight. He is on a Star Dragon after all. And the Orc Biggins are now being sandwiched in a rear charge and are being finished off by those Dragon Princes. Army losses hit, and that shall be victory for those High Elves. Dragon Princes getting some solid work done, but really mostly Imrik just nuking the health of the Goblin Great Shaman, and of course the Loven Sea Guard getting some really strong focus fire and shutting down the Goblin Great Shaman, as most of the Greenskins are just struggling to push through the spears, especially when they're blobbed up on each other, not quite able to get damage out. Yeah, the Greenskins, if the Orb Biggins get a charge on the Dragon Princes, they absolutely can get some good value. Otherwise, they can't really do much. And yeah, that is it. I do like to discover a nice combo from the Goblin Big Bosses with the They Need Stubborn and the Curse of the Bad Moon combined, nuking down the armor of Imrik. But if there's a Rusty Air here, that would have absolutely nuked Imrik's armor and then add even more damage with the Archer Fire, if they can actually have any Archer Fire here. But yeah, otherwise the Loven Sea Guard basically carried the game with all the firepower here. The spears eventually buckled to the quality of the Orc Biggins, but at that point it doesn't really matter. The Loven Sea Guard has done enough damage to the Greenskin army and sniped out the Great Goblin Great Shaman, and then Imrik can just solo carry the game. Just keep breaking the backs of all the Greenskin units with the terror of the Star Dragon. That is it. That is one more done. Have we seen any of these otherwise? No, I don't think I've seen any other of these. Oh wait, no, I think, yeah, we've seen this. We have some duplicate replays, so we might have to dispatch some of them. That is bad versus Getsmain, so we can also delete that. Slaanesh versus Empire, Lizardmen versus Tzeentch. I think that's all good, I think. Wait, Slaanesh versus Empire and Slaanesh versus Empire. Yeah, we can delete that, I think. Wait, hold on. These are... Yeah, these are two different Slaanesh versus Empire. Okay, so we don't delete those. Yeah. Next up, Tzeentch versus Nurgle. Normally, I would say Tzeentch might have an advantage in this one just because they can have so much firepower. But we are seeing some unconventional Nurgle tactics here, going full vanguard. So yeah, let's see what happens in this one. Alright, battle begins. Right, let's just slow down here as battle immediately begins with the vanguard deployment. Murders of Tzeentch on the front line for the Tzeentch army. 3 more pink horrors once again, and some Zangos on the flanks. Let's see, 2 murder horsemen of Tzeentch, and 1 single change bringers, 2 furies on the skies, and more units of murder horses. And leading the army is a Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Tzeentch with metal magic, with transmutation of lead and searing doom. Not a bad choice, but probably better with probably a better pick to just bring pink and blue fire against Nurgle, just because the warp flame effect, the fire damage will cut off enemy healing. Although pink horse does the same thing, especially with change bringers. So I can't really say anything about that. Also, Marauder Horse, there's a lot of fire damage on the field, actually. But yeah, otherwise, it's mostly a missile-heavy play, especially with the Marauder Horseman mobility, trying to kite. On the other side of the battlefield, the same army build with the Nurgle army. Front line of Pestigals, a bunch of Nurglings, and Rot Knights. In the skies, 4 Furies, and the triple Nurgle character, Nurgle Lord, Nurgle Exalted Hero, and Nurgle Sorcerer with Rancid Visitations and and Flashy Abundance. Pestigals charging into enemy Marauders, and Pestigals probably can win this one, but they are heavily targeted by those pink horrors, so they are taking quite a bit of damage. Though the Furies are coming in, readying to shut them down. Marauders of Tzeentch are trying to provide some backline protection. Zangos should be able to beat the Nurglings, but the Furies are shutting down those pink horror firepower for now, especially all of them just jumping in. And this one, oh, big mistake from the Tzeentch player from Grimbat here, as he is leaving those Tzeentch Furies far away from his own formation. Instead, those Tzeentch Furies should be intercepting the enemy Furies, so that the Changebringers can stay safe and start firing onto enemy units, and also protect those Chaos Furies, protect those pink horrors from being caught by Nurgle Furies, as the Nurgle Furies are now working through the HP of the pink horrors, shutting down those valuable firepower of the Tzeentch army. Rot Knights are also in, running, just slamming into the these pink horrors, shutting them down as well. A massive transmutation of lead, slowing down the damage output of these Nurgle units, but I don't think it matters too much here. As the main problem is in the back line of the Tzeentch army, as the pink horrors are being finished off. Searing Doom, nice spell to work down the enemy HP, but the pink horrors are all gone. I mean, this one's still alive, but they're also on the verge of death, so they're not long for this world either. Zangors here trading well into the Nurglings and whatnot, and there are still some Murder Horsemen nearby ready to fire. But over here, the Murder Horsemen were being pressured by the enemy infantry and some Furies as well, but they have managed to secure themselves and are returning to the fight. Yeah, I think a big mistake is probably allowing the pink horrors to go down without any Furies protecting them. Like, the Furies moved up and they just kind of died. They kind of just stand there while the horrors at the backline died to the enemy Furies. What else? I'll probably try to bring Sour Guts, because Sour Guts is also really good, just because they have a regiment of renowned leadership, getting extra melee stats, and on top of that, they die with an explosion, causing damage to nearby enemy models. So, like, even if they die, they still do damage to whatever fighting them, and eventually they can outgrind those Furies. And while over here, the pink horse just kind of died, I would probably even swap out one of the pink horse for a regiment of renowned blue horse, the Chromatic Abominations, just because they're also a decent melee unit to hold themselves off against Furies. On the far side there, Murder Horsemen of Tzeentch are trying to kite out the Rot Knights, though the Rot Knights do have healing and can regenerate some of those lost healing. Though they have regeneration, so they have fire weakness. Combined with the Warp Flame effect of plus 10% fire weakness, they're taking more fire damage. So yeah, this is a little bit of a mixed scenario for the Rot Knights. They're taking more damage, but they're also healing it back up, though the healing is cut down by half. But yeah, anyways, the Murders of Tzeentch are out-trading those Nurglings eventually, and actually beating back the Pestigals. The problem is that the triple characters of Nurgle is pretty much an impossible scenario for the Tzeentch army to deal with. Like, they have nothing to kill single entities. While the Rot Knights are still being whittled down, there are some pink horror firepower trying to whittle down those Nurgle single entity here, but they just keep on moving from unit to unit, just beating them up, routing them, and yeah. Well, the Pesticles are just holding the capture point. Hero Hammer time, baby! Now they're just beating whatever getting thrown in their way with all the healing available to them, and yeah. I don't enjoy seeing this, but it is indeed a tactic available on the battlefield. You just send in the triple characters and who can eventually grind out everything when they have sufficient healing. While the Rot Knights are being picked off, isolated, and picked off by the Murder Horses, they might actually still manage to come back. Yeah, it's coming back with a little bit more regeneration space left, although they are being charged by the Marauders, taking some damage, but yeah, the single entities just keep fighting on. The Tzeentch army is trying to hold on. The Rot Knights are gone, but the single entities just keep fighting on, and there's not much the Tzeentch army can do about it, other than keep throwing units at them and hopefully trying to wear them down for sheer numbers. But the problem is that there's not a lot of armor piercing on the field. There's no blue fire to whittle down single entity characters. Oh no! The Sorcerer Lord tries to go in for a to help out this fight here, but the problem is that he's not the greatest melee combatant, and he's fighting against two dedicated melee combatants. One of them having solid armor piercing. Rancid Visitations sniping out the Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch, and that forces the Tzeentch army into army losses. That was a brutal finish for the Tzeentch army there. As yeah, if the Tzeentch army didn't send the Lord into a melee fight against the triple characters, maybe they could have won this. But yeah, Rancid Visitation is a really nice direct damage spell. And sometimes when we look at Nurgle army, we only think about the healing, but we forgot they also have one of the best single entity direct damage spells in the game, the Rancid Visitations. And yeah, that killed the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch and nuked down their balance of power and nuked the leadership of the rest of the Tzeentch army, and that causes a chain rout with the rest of the Tzeentch units. And yeah, leading to army losses. Very valiant attempt from the Tzeentch army here to try and clutch it out despite losing all their missiles at all the pink horrors early. But unfortunately, they were just not accounting for that single entity scenario here. The Transmutation of Light is an interesting spell to slow down the enemy attack, slow down the enemy damage output. But the problem is that it doesn't really do much. Like, okay, if you're not killing those enemy targets, maybe you're buying time for your units and whatnot, but you're just delaying the inevitable eventually. If actually you're bringing a final transmutation, this would probably work out better. Especially it would be really good against the single entity blobs like the triple characters here, who managed to just outlast the rest of the Tzeentch army, especially using the Rancid Visitations, sniping out the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch in the end. A little bit reckless trying to send in the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch against the triple characters, because the best bet of Tzeentch in this battle is probably just trying to draw this battle out until they get enough victory tickets to win. But I think yeah, even then, like, it's still going to be rough for Tzeentch because they're really running out of units, running out of balance of power at that point. They might just getting outlasted by the Nurgle army and getting army losses in the end, so that was a bit rough. But yeah, Fury is getting some really good value, just swarming those horrors in the end and just shutting them down, while the Tzeentch army unfortunately just not, I mean, some of these Murder Horses getting a lot of good value, but this army build is not accounting for a possibility of Hero Hammer, and that might, and also a little bit of mistake in the Chaos Furies in the early game, costing the Tzeentch army of all their pink horrors. And then yeah, that is gonna be GG for both sides here. Getsmain managed to Getsmain managed to get the win in this battle. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna shut up with the puns. Don't worry about it. But yeah, GG to both players. Next up, we have Khorne versus Tomb Kings. Okay. Khorne here going with a sheer amount of numbers. A whole 7 units of Marauders, 2 of them with dual weapons, and the rest are just regular Marauders, 2 throwing axes, cavalry, and 3 Furies, and 1 Chaos Warhound, 3 Khorne Bulls, and Valkyria leading the army. Tomb Kings going with a line of skeletons, and 2 Necropolis Knights with Halberd, and 3 units of Skeleton Archers with a Blessed Legion. Leading the army, Grand Hierophant Ketept with Incantation of Curse Blades and Azirian's Incantation of Vengeance, and Kepler Guard plus 2 more Skeleton Spears. Ugh, I don't have high hopes of these skeleton infantry here. They're probably gonna just break apart really fast against Khorne. This is the rough thing about playing as the Tomb Kings. They don't have the best infantry. At least the Assyrians, at least the Sphinx of Uzkev is here, providing some really strong melee presence. But let's see if it can actually deal with 3 whole units of Khorne Bulls with great weapons. At least they have some anti-large help from the Necropolis Knights, I guess, so that would be nice. Eyes of the Desert providing some solid firepower, and Blessed Legion will be whittling down enemy troops already, using their Archer Fire to work down those Marauders of Khorne. Oh, but given that there are only 3 Skeleton Spears in the front line, they're quickly gonna get beaten up by the Khorne Marauders and Spear Slaanesh, and that will expose the skeletons at the back very, very soon. Furies are also closing in and ready to just drop onto the Skeleton Archers and silence their firepower. Well, Spear Slaanesh actually going after a Blessed Legion, almost nuking the entire unit down, actually triggering the crumbling, might actually disintegrate straight up, actually triggering crumbling effect, and the Blessed Legion is quickly dropping. Furies are diving onto the Skeleton Archers, trying to work down their health as well, and as you can see here, Skeleton Spears quickly taking damage from being overloaded with Marauders of Khorne. At least the Necropolis Knights are trying to hold the line, but Khorne Bulls are in, and they get a charge onto the Necropolis Knights instead of the other way around. So the Necropolis Knights will be taking some pretty good shock damage from those Khorne Bulls here. You can see the Necropolis Knight quickly dropping while the Khorne Bulls are still very, very much healthy. And then the Khorne Bulls can then surround and beat up the Sphinx of Uzkev. 1 Furies just went down, but the rest are still holding on. One of the Skeleton Archers is almost gone. The Blessed Legion is also dead. The Khorne Bulls are now able to deal with a much thinner formation of the Tomb Kings. I wouldn't personally, if I'm playing as the Tomb Kings, I wouldn't bring that many Skeleton Archers. I probably wouldn't even bring any Skeleton Archers as Tomb Kings, because I know the Skeletons can't stand up against Khorne in melee, and they would just quickly expose whatever missiles behind them. So I'll probably just not quite sure how to play this matchup as Tomb Kings, but anyways, Furies surrounding those Eyes of the Desert while the Marauders are trying to move in and saturate on top of the enemy monstrous units. And that's probably gonna be GG for Tomb Kings at this point, as all the infantry support is gone, leaving only the Kepler Guard fighting on top, with a Sphinx of Uzkev fighting on top. And the Minotaurs are more than enough to just beat down the Sphinx of Uzkev, while the regeneration of the Kepler Guard will be weakened by any fire damage from Valkyria or any Khorne units with fire damage, like the Throwing Axes here. A Summon Ushabti is trying to hold the line. One of the Minotaurs of Khorne is almost gone, but the Minotaurs are... there are still multiple units of Minotaurs holding strong right now. So, yeah, things are definitely going in favor of Tomb Kings. We can just fast forward here, as it is a matter of time before the Minotaurs outlast the Ushabtis and then start surrounding and beating up the Sphinx of Uzkev here. Throwing Axes, if they can land some shots onto the Kepler Guard, that would be great to cut their HP down. Cut their healing down, while the Kepler Guard being overloaded with like a sheer amount of infantry being charged by Minotaurs took a bunch of shock damage, and that shall be GG. It was quite a quick battle here. Skeletons can't really stand up to a Khorne melee rush. Might want to bring... I probably won't even bring Tomb Gods in this. Actually, Tomb Gods might actually be decent. But yeah, it's a rough one. If you want to play Tomb Kings against Khorne, definitely don't bring missiles. They won't last long in front of Furies, and at least don't bring Skeleton Archers. They won't last long in front of Furies and Spear Slaanesh or other Khorne melee mobility threats. You can see the Khorne Furies did some okay damage, just shutting down those enemy missile backline, and then the Minotaurs comes in for the kill, cutting through those Necropolis Knights with the help of the Khorne infantry. Spear Slaanesh did some good damage from Valkyria here. Also a great anti-large combatant, and beating down whatever's left on the Tomb King side. The Tomb Kings, the Skeletons quickly broken in front of the Marauders, and yeah. Archers didn't quite do anything here, and the Kepra Guard getting out-traded actually by the Khorne infantry, not having the most armor. Yeah, and surrounded by enemy troops. I mean, they try to hold on. They're just surrounded on all fronts. Halbert's Necropolis Knights try to hold on as well, but being charged by Minotaurs instead of charging Minotaurs, they are the one taking a bunch of charging shock damage. And the Sphinx of Uzkev alone, surrounded by Minotaurs, can only do so much. Yep, that's it for this battle here. That was a quick one. Next up, Lizardmen versus Empire. Okay, let's check out. Hold on. Alright, Lizardmen versus Empire. Once again, we're seeing the Nakai the Wonder here, with a Skink Priest of Beast, with multiple Skink units, 3 regular Skink cohorts, 4 Skink Skirmishers, 2 Javelin cohort, and 1 Red Crested Skink, the Regiment of Renowned Cohort of Sotek, 2 Spear Riders, Khorne Spear Riders, 1 Colossodon Hunters, and 2 regular Croxagores. On the other side, for Empire of Corvus Glaive, once again going with an army without spellcaster. Front line of Spearmen with shield, second line of Flagellants, and a couple great swords on the flanks here. Knights of the Blazing Sun, and a Hellblaster volley gun protected by another Demogryph Knight. This time, Hellblaster volley gun can actually do some good work against the Croxagores or other big Lizardmen dinos, but the problem is whether the Empire State troops can hold long enough for the Hellblasters to do enough damage. They're getting some shots onto Nakai, but Nakai is going to come in with a Primal Roar, and that's going to smash the Empire front line with the plus 40 melee attack, even if it's just Skinks. So yeah, that's going to be quite rough. I feel like the Hellblaster probably should just target the Skink cohort. Anyways, Boris is on the field with all his toolkit and his Griffin. So Boris is in full power. Nice Flock of Doom hitting the Demogryphs and 2 units of Flagellants, so getting quite some value here. Spears are getting slammed by a bunch of Croxagores here. On the far side, Knights of the Blazing Sun trying to charge the Khorne Spear Riders, but they are being isolated, getting a little bit ahead of themselves, fighting without protection or support. And the Skink Skirmishers are able to debuff them with the poison. They do lots of damage and take a bunch of damage from the anti-large armor piercing of the Spear Riders, and will be losing that fight soon. Then these Knights of the Blazing Sun as well, quickly losing the fight. However, at least the Hellblaster volley guns are getting some really good damage onto Nakai the Wonder here. He has activated the Miasma of Despair and Primal Roar, trying to get a break as soon as possible, but the Miasma of Despair, the leadership debuff, is useless against the Flagellants, and the Flagellants hold on. Forrest as well, inspiring his people to hold the line, giving that leadership presence is really nice, and also just trying to snipe Nakai the Wonder as well. But here comes the Colossodon Hunters, flooding, diving into the back line, shutting down the Hellblaster volley gun, and the Spear Riders, after beating the Knights of the Blazing Sun, will be coming in for those Hammer and Anvil. Great Swords are trying to hold the flanks, but enemy mobility can simply circle around them, ignore them, and just get to the back line. Hellblaster has been shut down, while the Spears are also slowly but surely breaking in front of the combination of Skinks and Croxagores. The Demogryphs are trying to help Boris here against the Croxagores and Nakai himself, but they are taking a lot of damage as they are stuck in this melee fight. Now the Colossodon Hunters are coming in for a rear charge, and that shall be the end of the Demogryphs, I believe. Now the Lizardmen basically have the entire control of the entire battlefield. There is not much the Empire can do other than sit there and wait for the Spear Riders to charge them, the Khorne Cavalry to charge them from the rear, or the Colossodon Hunters to charge them from the rear. Nakai is taking some damage, losing slightly in this fight against Boris here, but the rest of the Lizardman army, you can see they're just outgrinding the Flagellants, especially those with the Croxagore support, providing some armor and anti-infantry presence to just wear down those Flagellants. Also, the Flagellants don't have any armor, so they are very susceptible to any blow dart or javelin fire, just taking a ton of damage. And even the great swords are getting broken off through a sheer weight of Court of Sotek refusing to die, and a very strong unit as a result, allowing them to just fight with 0 HP on their models. And yeah, that's basically going to be victory for the Lizardmen here, as they have all the freedom to hammer and anvil those Empire troops to death. The only thing they're just still holding are just the Flagellants, but the rest, army losses, hits. Even Boris himself has been broken off by a combination of Nakai and the Croxagores. And of course, Colossal Hunters with their anti-large AP. Now for the army performances here, the Colossal Hunters get some good value from shutting down the Hellblaster and surrounding and beating down Boris. Boris is not exactly the best duelist in the entire game. He's a good fighter for sure, but yeah, against seems like fighting against Nakai and surrounded by crossgoers, he is very limited in terms of army performance, in terms of damage value. The rest of the infantry as well, in against a skink plus crossgoer frontline, they're just not doing great. Not even if with the great swords, especially on the flanks. The great swords are just getting shot by blow darts, and their anti-armor is mostly wasted on the Court of Sotek as well, getting some okay value. But yeah, the crossgoer is mostly crushing those state troops, and then the Spear Riders, Khorne Spear Riders, out trading against the Knights of the Blazing Sun. A little bit reckless charge with the Knights of Blazing Sun there, allowing them to get, allowing them to go into a one-on-one disadvantageous engagement against the Khorne Spear Riders and just get shot to death by blow darts from the side as well. And Nakai got some solid value so far. Empire army not so much. The infantry didn't really do much here. So yeah, the most damage done was actually by the Hellblaster volley gun. A very comfortable victory for the Lizardmen here. As a nice flock of doom as well onto those blobbed up Empire infantry that are so closely deployed with each other. So allowing those flock of dooms with maximum efficiency and effectiveness. But yeah, anyways, next up we have let's see, we have Empire versus High Elves. Wait, hold on. These are the Lizardmen versus Empire, so we delete that. Empire versus High Elves, Elspeth with a ton of state troops, 5 units of Empire Spears and 3 units of Halberdiers, 4 units of Archers, 2 Empire Knights, another Luminarch of Heesh, Temple of Luminarch, and a Hammer of Witches. On the other side, the High Elves army coming in with 4 Spears, 2 Rangers, 4 Loven Seaguard with shields, 2 Silver Helms with shields, and 2 more Eagle Clawbolt throwers. So going with a staunch line of spears, Lion Chariots. Okay, quite a gutsy deployment here. While the Empire, I don't like this. Going with a very standard box army here, with the Empire state troops surrounding all of these missile units. And a Hammer of Witches trying to fire from afar and trying to outduel the Eagle Clawbolt for immediately knocking on one of the artillery models. That is quite a quick knockout for sure. And with the Temple of Luminarch helping out, maybe they'll get a good engagement. We'll have to fast forward here as we are in quite a prolonged drag on artillery stage here. Eagle Clawbolt for a 2-on-1 against the Hammer of Witches might actually still able to win this, but looks like one of the Eagle Clawbolt for is down to 2 models, Hammer of Witches down to 3. Oh, and this is not great. Eagle Clawbolt for one of them. Wait, did they just got entirely knocked out? No, for some reason they got knocked out of the. They disbanded. Wait, hold on. They abandoned the artillery for some reason. Anyways, Elspeth trying to charge down against the Silver Helms, not doing a whole lot of damage, and a Burning Head roasting through the Hammer of Witches crew and a bunch of very densely packed archers and spears. Now the archers are firing into the Silver Helms, doing some pretty noticeable damage, and Eagle Clawbolt is still off the artillery for some reason. Love and Seaguard are moving in, but what the fuck? The laser! Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Is that the... Oh, no. Wait, is that a point-blank laser shot? Okay, we need to rewatch this. Sorry. Yeah, we need to rewatch this. What the fuck? Back at it again. Wait, hold on. Are you Spikes? But yeah, yeah, wait, hold on. I didn't even see that, Oh, yeah, you're Spikes. Oh, that was a nasty cross-gating breath. Sorry I need to rewind this a bit just because I missed out the laser breath, and because I thought it was going to be a prolonged skirmish phase with not a lot of action ongoing, but looks like I was mistaken. But yeah, Archmage of Fire here, just roaming the battlefield, and yeah, not a whole lot of exciting action in the early game here. Oh, that's why. Elspeth just dive onto the Eagle Club for knocking them out off their artillery. So the artillery isn't exactly damaged significantly, but that was enough to just remove them out of commission. And it seems like the High Elf player was not aware that he needs to move those artillery models back on to artillery crew back onto the artillery models to keep them shooting. But yeah, Burning Hand onto the Empire troops, and the archers persuaded the High Elf spears to back the hell out of there. And Spirit Leech onto Archmage of Fire. And well, if that's actually a net of Talk onto Archmage of Fire, that would make a lot of damage. But yeah, what the fuck? That was a double laser attack. The light and darkness laser. Temple of Luminarch shot the High Elf Archmage, doing multiple damage because I think the laser beam just passed through the unit model multiple times, multiplying the damage. And then Elspeth laser beamed the Archmage to death. That was a quick character snipe. And then the High Elves, I think, still have the chance to win this. But I think the problem is that the High Elf is playing this too conservatively. What they needed to do instead is actually, because there's no good units to quickly shut down the spears and the rangers. I guess the archery can shut down the rangers, but what the High Elves need to do is push all their army forward and charge the enemy front line. While the archers, the Loven Sea God trade against the archers in terms of firepower. The Loven Sea God has silver shields, so they can actually trade well into the cheap ass archers. The problem is that the High Elves just stayed at the back there, allowing those artillery, the Hammer of Witches and the laser beam of the Temple of Luminar to just keep dishing out damage. Elspeth is also just standing around. Yeah. And the Empire just not taking the fight to the enemy, just playing really, really passively. This is not great because you're just giving the control of the battle to your opponent. Now the Empire player is forced to move on and attack, but the Elspeth laser just straight up beamed down a bunch of Loven Sea Guard. And the spears are not there to distract the archers or pressure the state troops or anything. No mobility as well, just standing around doing nothing. The Lion Chariots doing nothing as well. Yeah, that's why you need to... You always want to... you never want to play passively in this kind of scenario here. Because you're just giving your opponents all the artillery advantage they need. The Rangers are just standing around, not doing anything. Instead of just getting shot, there's no point of pulling out those Rangers. Just keep them in the fight against the spears, man. Just keep them fighting the spears and doing damage. Now they just took a bunch of archer fire for nothing, and then they're just getting pushed off. And now the High Elf army is just picking off those no, the High Elf army is just drip feeding troops into the meat grinder here, and whatever they just send in, they will just get focused down by the Empire army one by one. Even if they do some really good damage against Elspeth over time, the rest of the spears are not going to win this game here. The spears can't really do enough damage. Yeah, the archers are like doing good damage to Elspeth, but the Empire state troops are holding the capture point very comfortably, and Elspeth can just retreat out of the range of the enemy archers. Empire artillery continues to pound the High Elves. Yeah, not great. Not a great performance from the High Elf. Definitely, you can see they're a newer player, but I would say definitely when the enemies have the artillery advantage, go aggressive. You want to get all the... there's no point waiting your enemy to shoot. You should just send your melee units in and try to pressure them with whatever you have. And maybe you can... And try to harass them. Try to get some damage out of your melee units, or send those mobility into enemy backline and pressure silence the enemy missiles, because there's no point waiting out your enemy's artillery. They're not gonna they're just gonna get value over time, and yeah, you're just giving free value to the enemy. You're just delaying the inevitable. You still have to charge them eventually, and you still have to face the torrent of archer fire. There's no point waiting for your enemy to run out of artillery ammo. Might as well just send those units in while they're still healthy before being completely destroyed by artillery. Get some value out, and you can have... Maybe you can force a gap on the enemy enemy formation, which allows your troops to go in and shut down the enemy missiles. And yeah, it looks like the coruscating breath plus the dark and light laser beam combined is absolutely deleting the Archmage of Fire. That was quite unfortunate too for the High Elves, losing their caster like that. But I still think the High Elves have had a pretty decent chance, even losing their Archmage of Fire. But because they just played so passively, that gives the Empire all the space and time they need to position their army and slowly pick apart those expensive cavalry of the High Elves, and also pick off those Eagle Club Bolt Flurries as well using Elspeth. I mean, the High Elf archers did a lot of damage over time, but yeah, these guys also, this one did almost no damage at all, just mostly sitting around doing nothing throughout the battlefield. If the High Elves send in those spears and rangers earlier, and then the low frequency guys can just shoot up the archers, or even shoot up the Hammer of Witches and Temple of Luminarch slightly earlier as well. But yeah, in this case, seems like the yeah, especially the Empires only have 2 Empire Knights, while the High Elves have 3 different cavalry, different mobility units. Silverhelms charging into Empire Knights, and then you still have 1 Lion Chariot to just disrupt enemy backline and run through those archers and artillery with not much to stop them really, other than Elspeth herself. And if the spears are locking down enemy spears and rangers locking down enemy spears as well, in melee combat, the Burning Head would do a lot more work against the line of state troops. And then once the Burning Head roasted the enemy state troops, the spears can push into the back line and win and shut down the enemy missiles. But playing passively means that most of your units just not doing anything most of the game and allowing the enemy to pick them off. A little bit of definitely a big mistake in the micro there. Slaanesh versus Empire this time now. I think give me a minute. I need to quickly grab something, and then yeah. Actually, I'm gonna pause the game for a bit. Get a quick toilet break, and we'll be back. And we'll be back to cast the rest of the battles. Give me a second there. All right. I'm just gonna be back in a second. Give me a bit of time. Alright, we're back. Now we're in an Empire versus Slaanesh battle here. I would say this matchup has been quite rough for Empire, from what I've seen so far as a Empire player. Like, Empire infantry trade horribly, can't really hold up against the Slaanesh infantry, and with the amount of mobility available to Slaanesh, they can easily, especially armor-piercing mobility, they can easily beat down your Empire Knights with especially Seekers and Fiends, and get to your backline. So, yeah, it's really rough for Empire so far. I personally don't know what is a good way to beat the Slaanesh army. I guess with some Melkovs, Mystifying Miasma would be nice, but yeah, anyways. Yeah, let's see what happens here. We have a lot. Actually, I think the best way to beat Slaanesh as Empire is probably just to melee box with a ton of state troops. But then again, at that point you'll also be afraid of the enemy armor. Right. Yeah. One common way to fight the Empire as the Slaanesh is just to bring a bunch of Hell Scourge Chaos Warriors, which the Empire will really struggle against even with their great swords and whatnot. And because you're fighting Slaanesh, you wouldn't dare bring artillery. So there's no way to pick them apart from afar, and then the Slaanesh mobility will just overwhelm your flanks and hit up your backline and kill you. So yeah, it's quite rough as a matchup for Empire. But yeah, anyways, let's go back into normal speed here. The Empire army going with quite a bit of skirmishers here. Outriders on the flanks, but here comes the Hellstriders quickly catching up onto them, and they will be able to pick off those Empire skirmishers. Never bring skirmishing cavalry against Slaanesh. You can't outrun them. You can never outrun them. Hogland rifles on the battlefield, surrounded by great swords and spearmen. Empire Knights are trying to go over to the other side and help out, but oh, this is rough. Empire Knights charging into Hellstriders and Seekers, being hit by Pavane as well. You can see how quickly their health goes down. Their armor is nothing in front of the armor-piercing Seekers, and they just don't have much melee stats to hold themselves in battle against all these Slaanesh cavalry. So one Empire Knight's down already, and Outriders is also gonna go down soon, as they cannot outrun the Slaanesh army. Slow down a bit. There's a light wizard on the field for the Empire, and Boris Todbringer on Pegasus leading the army. Empire Knights on the side. As for the Slaanesh army here, Furies on the flanks, front line of Devoted Marauders with Hell Scourges and some Demonists as a second line scattered across the battlefield. And on the other side, yeah, more Furies, more Hellstriders and Seekers, and leading the army Azazel. He has been pinned down by a net of Amentok, allowing the Hogland rifles to start sniping him out, but he is only a foot model, so he doesn't take the most damage from these sniper fire. And the crossbowmen, oh, there are a couple crossbowmen on the field. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think these Empire backline will survive for long, as those Furies will just dive in, and there are no Empire Knights to protect the backline here. Double Furies just shutting down those Hogland rifles and crossbows. And on the far side, Boris Todbringer, very brave here, trying to save his Outriders, but he is now surrounded by Chaos Furies, and the rest of his army is left to their own devices. Crossbows are cross-firing into the Chaos Furies here, but the state troops are Empire Knights being beat back by Hellstriders, I think, and also the Hell Scourge Marauders. So quite unfortunate for nice Lash of Slaanesh, as the great swords are stacking up on each other, stacking up on the spears, and yeah, just got nuked by the 100% AP damage. Yeah, unfortunately, this is why you don't want to stack your units on top of each other, unfortunately. But yeah, anyways, Demonists of Slaanesh are now moving on to a rear charge onto the spears, and with their devastating flanker trait, they're absolutely going to shred through those spears with their double charge bonus. Crossbowmen are firing into the fray here, but there's nothing protecting them, nothing stopping those Hellstriders from running them down. A little bit of a gaze of Shim's Burning Gaze, but I think that did some friendly fire to the crossbows as well. Crossbows turning around to shoot into the Hellstriders, but I don't think they will last for long here. Spears are also running out of health, being hammered and anviled by the Devoted Marauders and Seekers, and yeah, Azazel cleaning up some state troops with the help of Exalted Demonists. Basically, the entire Empire box has fallen apart. as the Empire State troops cannot stand in front of the. Yeah, they are just they're just too fragile here. Can't really hold up against the enemy Marauders, and rear charges of the Hellstriders, Seekers combined. And most importantly, a lot of their money went into their missiles, the Hawkline rifles and crossbows, but unfortunately they weren't quite able to extract much value before being shut down by Furies and other Slaanesh mobility. And yeah, at this point, Boris has been routed. Boris is surrounded, and the troops around him has been routed. And yeah, that is pretty much Boris versus the world, which he can't really win in this one. Azazel plus all these Slaanesh troops will finish him off eventually. Now let's just quickly fast forward, and that will be a Slaanesh victory, quite a fast one indeed. Yeah, a lot of value in going into the missiles, but unfortunately the missiles, I guess the crossbows did a lot of damage. Shooting at the lightly armored Slaanesh troops, but I honestly wouldn't even bring that myself. Just because it's very hard to protect a missile backline against Slaanesh with all their strong mobility, especially like Seekers, right? With armor piercing, they trade really well into Empire cavalry, and they also have enough speed to catch up on any of your skirmishers. So Outriders weren't able to get much damage and just get caught and killed. Empire Knights also didn't get a good trade into the Slaanesh cavalry here. The Hellstriders managed to get into the backline and just run down those Hawkline rifles and crossbows, and Daemonites and Marauders holding on just fine against state troops. And yeah, Boris on Pegasus definitely was not able to do much damage here. And yeah, Fury's got some really good work done too. On the other side here, Great Swords and Empire State troops did horribly into this Slaanesh matchup as expected, and Empire didn't get a good trade anywhere. Yeah, they just have a rough time really. If they I guess if they can get a charge onto Daemonites, that would be great, but I don't think they did. They just got charged by the Slaanesh mobility instead. All right, next up we have Tzeentch versus Lizardmen here. And Tzeentch once again going with a similar build. This time bringing a couple Zandagors, 5 Marauders, 2 Pink Horrors, 2 Zandagors, 2 Marauder Horses, 2 Furies of Tzeentch, and 1 Soul Grinder. Leading the army is an Exalted Lord of Change. And on the other side, Lizardmen coming in with a Fire Slann, I think. Yeah, I think it's a Fire Slann. And then 4 units of 4 units of Skink Cohort, 2 Red Crested, one of them the Court of Sotak, 4 units of Skink Skirmishers, and 2 units of Furrow Cold Ones. And what else? What else? 2 Spear Riders and 2 Salamander Hunting Packs plus 2 more Croxagors, reinforcing the front line. Yeah, no, actually, that's a Slaanesh Priest of Life for healing. Okay, interesting army build on the Lizardman side. Let's see what happens here. As the Skink Skirmishers, nice screening here. It's just deployed ahead of their army, and they can draw out some enemy fire and prevent enemy charges from landing onto their main formations, like preventing these tentacles from getting too close, or at least trying to shoot some blow dots into them and just work down their barriers. That would be nice as well, making sure that they actually take damage if they charge into melee. Now the Tentacles trying very aggressively going into the Skink Skirmishers, but immediately getting lit up very literally by the Salamander Hunting Packs, especially with their anti-launch missile damage, doing massive damage against the lightly armored Tentacles here. Furies are trying to dive in to help, but the Tentacles are gone. And the other Tentacles are kind of lagging behind, not doing much here. While the Soul Grinder probably could have tried shooting at the Salamander Hunting Pack here, but seems like the Pink Horrors are more focused on just trying to snipe out the Slaanesh Priest of Life. Now the Salamander Hunting Packs are trying to nuke down the Pink Horrors' health, shooting them from afar using the explosive damage to their advantage, while the Skink Horrors are just holding the front line with the help of some Croxagors beating down those Marauders here, and they are definitely winning the fight as long as the Croxagors are fighting on top of those Skink Cohorts. Now the Slaanesh Priest of Life is running low in health, but the Skink Skirmishers are still at the back line, helping him to screen off the enemy skirmishers, the Murder Horsemen, and whatnot, and making sure that they can't immediately charge into the Slaanesh Priest. And over here, Soul Grinder has been bogged down by a bunch of Skink infantry. Pink Horrors are being lit up, once again, very literally being lit up by the Slaanesh hunting pack, taking a bunch of damage. Their shields got knocked out, while the Skink infantry are flooding into the Tzeentch backline here, which is unfortunately quite an awkward scenario for Tzeentch, as they don't really have the infantry or mobility to protect them anymore. Their Xanagos just died super quickly, and the Furies just got quickly wiped out as well by the blow darts and whatnot. And Marauders are falling apart to the Kroxigors and Skinks, and now even the Pink Horrors are falling apart, are fading away. Exalted Lord of Change himself is diving into melee combat. Yeah, I wouldn't bring an Exalted Lord of Change in this matchup either as well. I don't really see a need of an Exalted Lord of Change unless you're against any faction with like weak leadership. Because the Exalted Lord of Change is a horrible melee combatant. 50-50, not that bad, but also not the greatest among characters. And yeah. The rest of the Tzeentch infantry just got mauled down by the Lizardmen front line. And yeah, that's probably gonna be GG here. Xanagos a little bit reckless in the first charge there, just charging right into the middle of a bunch of Slaanesh hunting packs and blow darts. That basically spelled doom for that unit. And yeah, that is a very solid, very sound victory for the Lizardmen here. Basically shooting up whatever unit that Tzeentch would try to throw at the Lizardmen there. And yeah. How would a Tzeentch unit play this actually? Let me think. Soul Grinder of Tzeentch is probably still a good pick here, I think. Just because it gives you a pretty nice way to shoot enemy dinos. Wait, what about perhaps what you need is what you need is probably Metal Caster, not a Tzeentch Exalted Lord of Change. Like a Metal Caster with Plague of Rust and a ton of Blue Horror and Pink Horror. You use Plague of Rust to nuke down to drop the armor of something, say like the Kroxigors, and just focus them down with a ton of Blue Horror and Pink Horror firepower. That would delete those Kroxigors outright. And just repeat a couple of times and both Kroxigors will be gone, and the Skinks alone can't really break through your front line. Xanagos are still definitely a good pick, I would say. Maybe don't bring the Soul Grinder at that point. If you have a Plague of Rust, you already have an anti-armor missile option. Plague of Rust plus a ton of Blue Horror and Pink Horror firepower, especially when stuff has Warp Flame, like the Murder Horseman there, to further lower your enemy's armor. So, like, skip the Soul Grinder, bring a ton of Blue Horror, Pink Horror, just to outshoot the enemy Lizardmen, shoot down the Kroxigors, and then the Skink Horse will struggle to punch through your Blue Horror front line, and on the flanks you can just harass your opponent with like Xanagos and Furies. That probably would be a better way to play it, I guess. And also Searing Doom to just slowly chip away the health of the enemy front line so that your infantry can break through, or stuff like that, basically. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really see the need of bringing an Exalted Lord of Change in this matchup. So yeah, probably better if you can just bring a Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch. Anyways, over here we have okay, we have not seen this yet. Tomb Kings versus High Elves. Bunch of nice marked Tomb Kings army once again versus Bolfun Juff. Bolfun? I'll just call him Bolfun. But yeah, armies of the battlefield here. Tomb Kings going with Cetra the Imperishable once again on a Camarine War Sphinx supported by Necrotech. 5 units of Skeleton Spears, 3 units of Skeleton Warriors, 3 Skeleton Archers, one of them the Blessed Legion of Heket, and what else? And 1 Eyes of the Desert plus some Nekara Horsemen on the flanks. There's also the Sphinx of Uskef, and Cetra coming in with Curse Blade and Vengeance. Incantation of Curse Blade and Incantation of Vengeance. Now on the other side for Bothon, a whole ton of Rangers vanguard deployed in the forest, alongside a bunch of Illyrian Reavers, who also have vanguard deployment. They're immediately flooding out of the forest, trying to just win out, overload this Tomb King's flank, and there are multiple units of single entities. 2 dragons, one of them a Moon Dragon mount with an Archmage of Fire on top with Burning Head, and a Sun Dragon plus a Flame Spy Phoenix. A lot of fire damage coming in this battle here, but we shall see what happens. Some spears and a Phoenix Guard hiding away in the tree line on the far side. Now, a little bit of a breath attack, but unfortunately not doing a whole lot of damage against the characters. A Moon Dragon's breath, I think, is better against an elite armored unit, and doesn't do a whole lot against single entities. And over here, Eyes of the Desert is ready to just gaze down the dragons and just give them a deadly volley of a poison laser. Rangers are wrecking those skeleton warriors, but they're not wrecking them fast enough, as the single entities here are taking a ton of damage. Blessed Legion of Kit lowering the armor of any targets they're shooting at, as they do have armor sundering, and doing a lot of damage to the Flame Spy Phoenix. Now the single entities, the triple fire entities, have to back the hell out of there. And yeah. Now the Illyrian Reavers are trying to win out, like bogging down the skeleton archers here with the melee attacks and also overloading the Necro warriors, but the dragons are leaving the double kitty cats of the Tomb Kings alone and all free to just charge down these Illyrian Reavers. Now the Archmage of Fire is diving down into melee, but she can't really beat... I don't think she can beat Tzeentch in melee here. Especially when there are more skeletons coming in to support. You can see the Archmage is taking more and more damage. A little bit of a breath attack from the Sun Dragon, doing some nice damage to the skeleton spears at the cost of a little bit of friendly fire against the Illyrian Reavers. The rest of the Rangers are flooding in, seeing that there's an opening on the Tomb King's formation, trying to get a fight somewhere and get some damage out. But overall, yeah, Sphinx of Uskev is here and absolutely smashing the Archmage of Fire in melee. And there goes the Archmage of Fire, and now the Illyrian Reavers and some Rangers in reserve are trying to flood in, but I don't think there's any way for the High Elves to kill off the double single entities at this point. Not that they have a good... Not that their single entities have a good chance of doing that anyways. Have any chance of killing that easily anyways. Just because Sun Dragon and Flame Spire Phoenix aren't that great as a melee combatant. More breath attack from Moon Dragon, who has returned, but either way, Sun Dragon dead. Flame Spire Phoenix also being cross-fired by a bunch of archers and running low in health. And with the with the Moon Dragon and the Fire Mage getting so low in HP, there is very little hope for the High Elves to win this one against a very meta, very strong, almost on the verge of brokenness, double cat synergy from Tzeentch and the Sphinx of Uskev. So yeah, GG to both players, but seems like it is definitely a victory for Tzeentch and the Sphinx of Uskev. Not much to say, it's pretty much these two carrying the game, beating down the Sun Dragon and the Moon Dragon. And the archers focus firing down the Flame Spire Phoenix, who doesn't have the most armor as well. And that leaves only the infantry on the field, which, yeah, Tzeentch and Sphinx of Uskev can just cycle charge them to death. And yeah. I don't think this is a great build against Tomb Kings, especially these days when the double Sphinx meta is so powerful right now. This build just lacks the tools to deal with the enemy single entities. Maybe I'll bring Final Transmutation, maybe. Archmage of Metal on the dragon with Final Transmutation would probably work better than a Burning Hit. No. Let me think. Against Tomb Kings, probably a line of spears, a ton of archers probably be good. And Plague of Rust and Plague of Rust as what? No. Yeah, this is a rough match. I think Tomb Kings is just a very strong faction right now with the double kitty cats. Yeah, definitely a front line of spears. A front line of spears to hold down enemy skeleton warriors, making sure that they can't break through, and then a ton of archers plus a Plague of Rust. And then I'll bring... what else? Maybe Tyrion. Yeah, probably Tyrion would be nice. And Plague of Rust and Final Transmutation. Maybe. I need to play more Total Warhammer. Not gonna lie, I have not been playing the most out of this game recently. I actually just started playing Space Marines 2 too, so I got distracted by that very solid game as well. So yeah. Anyways, here comes, I think we've seen this one, so we can delete that. And okay, Greenskins versus Empires. Huh. Interesting. I'm seeing a giant here, so I like Boris into this matchup, but I hope they brought. No, this is the Pegasus one. They did not bring a Griffin. A Griffin with the leadership debuffs of Boris is really good against Greenskins. Like I think that's the best pick you can get against Greenskins. Just leadership bomb everywhere you go. But yeah, now you're only having a Pegasus. That means you don't have terror in your battle in your army. And I don't think they brought the Blood Roar either. So there's only a -4 leadership debuff when your opponent's units is under half a leadership, which is not great. Anyways, let's just pause a bit here because we have some vanguard action. For the Greenskins, Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers, a very similar build all over the place. Orc Bagons and Goblin Spears. Are there any pump wagons? No. Goblin, Wolf Rider Archers, and some more Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers leading the army. This time a Goblin Great Shaman, not on the Lava Spider, but on a Wolf Mount, plus 2 more Goblin Big Boss and a Giant. As for the other side of the battlefield for the Empires, Outriders leading the way once again, providing some skirmishing forces. Actually, a lot of Outriders. Sterling's Revenge and Outriders Grenade Launchers. On the other side for the main formations, Spears, Hogland Long Rifles, more Spears, and Empire Knights. Guarding a Hellstorm Rocket Battery, leading the army Boris on Pegasus, and a Light Wizard. No more Lumen Narc, I don't think. Yeah, let's see what happens here. Night Goblins, Quick Hoppers immediately hopping onto those grenade launchers, but getting repelled by the Sterling's Revenge. I feel like both units should just jump on the Sterling's Revenge, or at least one of them. Just because the anti-infantry bonus of Night Goblins Quick Hoppers will help you trade really well into the Sterling's Revenge, getting some really nice damage already. While on the other side, there was some Hogland Rifles trying to snipe out the Goblin Great Shaman. Great Shaman probably should just stand out of range while the rest of the infantry keeps running towards the Empire formations here. As for the outer side over here, Outriders being pressured back by the Night Goblins Quick Hoppers, and the Empire Knights are trying to bail them out. Night Goblins Quick Hoppers over here getting some good pressure onto the Outriders, but they themselves taking quite a bit of damage. And these Night Goblins Quick Hoppers will be ran down. The Goblin Wolf Riders trying to deploy all the way on the other side of the battlefield, meaning that they will be out of commission for quite a while before they can get into combat. And these Night Goblins Quick Hoppers actually abandon those Outriders as they are seeing some out of position Hogland Long Rifles trying to intercept them before they retreat back to safety. The Sterling's Revenge have been dispatched by one of the Night Goblins Quick Hoppers. Now, the other Night Goblins Quick Hoppers, though, being charged by Empire Knights, will not be long for this war. They don't have the most armor after all. And the rest of the Greenskin troops continues to move towards the Empire formations, though the Empire Spears, for some reason, is in a bit of a disarray, trying to go after certain units, but leaving a lot of their other units exposed to enemy melee. This is a bit bad. I guess the Spears are lining up. It's a little bit of defensive barrier against the Orc Boys with Spears here, but yeah. Overall, the Hogland Rifles are no longer in a safe position. A lot of holes on the Empire front line. Now, the Great Goblin Shaman and the Goblin Big Boss really need to get into melee, as they're now just sitting in front of the Hogland Rifles, ready to get point blank executed by those Hogland Rifles. Nice charge with the Goblin Wolf Rider Archers. Really love seeing this kind of aggressive play with the Skirmishing Cavalry and disrupting and shutting down those Hogland Rifles, and even the Hellstorm Rocket Battery, a 2-for-1 indeed. The Curse of the Bat Moon lowering the melee defense of all these state troops and actually terrifying them with the presence of the Giant as well. A big Wah has been popped, adding more damage output for the Greenskin troops, helping them do a little bit more damage. Boris trying to go after one. I think he was trying to go after one of the Goblin Big Boss or something. But with the double team Goblin Big Boss, he does not really want to do that. Now he's trying to go after the Great Goblin Shaman instead, and this will be a much better engagement for him, as he is as there's a miscast on the Great Goblin Shaman with a Vindictive Glare, doing a massive damage to the Great Goblin Shaman, and Boris actually slays the Greenskin leadership, putting a massive hit onto their leadership. But Boris himself is being charged by the double Goblin Big Bosses, and he is now actually suffering a lot of damage from the rather fast and agile Goblin Big Boss. He's trying to get back to the sky, but the Goblin Big Boss is fast enough to keep up, while the rest of the Greenskins continue to put the pressure onto the Empire front line here. A couple Orc Biggins and Orc Boys with spears kind of blocked out by one single spears, but the rest of the state troops are routing in front of the terror of the giant. So the Orc Biggins and the Orc Biggins are able to break through, while Boris has been shattered. Massive loss for the Empire, as he still have a lot of HP left to heal. That was quite a painful loss. He managed to snipe out the Great Goblin Shaman, but at what cost? Now the Empire is truly in an awkward situation. Their melee troops are slowly being grinded down by the superior Greenskin infantry, and their missiles, as a result, do not have the kind of safe space to fire and poke down the enemy troops and do the damage. So as a result, these Orc infantry are just constantly pushing into the backline. The Hawkline Law Rifles being chased off instead of standing still and shooting against enemy doing damage. Grenade launchers are trying to pull this one back here, but the Light Wizard is being hunted down by the double Goblin Big Bosses. Giant is being peppered by a ton of Outrider fire. But of course, Outrider accuracy has been an issue for a long time and still proved to be an issue, even against a target as big as a house, honestly. Outriders continues to shoot, but yeah, Empire Knights are trying to cycle charge, but the Greenskins are occupying the capture point, also escorting off the Light Wizard off the battlefield. No more leadership for the Empire army here, and Empire Knights charging into the Orc Biggins, overstaying their welcome, being walked down in those melee front line. Outriders continues to pepper down enemy troops, but yeah, I think that's going to be GG here, as the double Big Boss is doing so much work in this game, chasing down the characters, chasing down Outriders this time as well, and bringing this battle back despite losing the Great Goblin Great Shaman. And yeah, I think we can just fast forward here to the end. Like, I guess the Outriders might have the potential of bringing this one back, but I don't think they will have enough time to whittle down the Orc infantry and recapture the point. So army losses hit for the Empire, as all of their melee troops got chased away, and there's still quite a bit of sizable forces of Greenskins left on the battlefield. Victory belongs to the Greenskins, belongs to the belongs to Macpower's triple Goblin build. As you can see here, these Goblin Big Bosses on horseback, on wolf backs, I think they only cost like 750-ish. With the items they brought, and then the orcs here, the orc front line, actually traded really well into those Empire state troops and just brick them over time, especially when there are like 8 units of these orc infantry against like 5 state troops. The state troops simply could not hold up against the enemy melee rush, and then because there are only so few melee troops on the field, 5 spears and 2 Empire Knights, and 2 of the Empire Knights actually ventured out, trying to dispatch the enemy Night Goblin Skirk Hoppers here, but there's nothing left to protect the Empire backline, allowing those nice aggressive use of these Goblin Wolf Rider Archers to just run into the enemy backline, shut down the Hell Storm Rocket Battery and the Hawkline Law Rifles as well. So really nice use of the mobility, and then the Orc troops just keeps running into the backline, keep pushing back the Empire missiles, preventing them from firing, and just drag them down in melee. So one of the Hawkline Law Rifles did some good work. I think that's the one that sniped out the Goblin Great Shaman, the other not so much. And the Sterling's Revenge also got dispatched by the Night Goblin's Quick Hoppers very early game. There's nothing around to protect them. And the Grenade Launchers tried their best. They are a very good unit against this kind of infantry-heavy army. The problem is that they alone do not have enough balance of power to keep themselves in the fight, while the Greenskins still have so many infantry left, keeping the balance of power high, crushing them, forcing the army losses quite... While they still have quite a bit of ammo left. Outriders did some good damage. I think they just have a lot of time to shoot, actually. Especially shooting the giant from afar, just kiting back. When the Greenskins expanded their mobility quite early, trying to shut down those long-range missiles. So the Outriders were free to just run around and shoot. The problem is that, yeah, they lost their leadership, and the Goblin Big Boss is definitely MVP in this game. Killing off those, pushing back those, driving off those characters, and then acting as a bit of a melee mobility in the late game when they're out of Wolf Riders to run down the Outriders and whatnot. GG. Alright, next up we have Khorne versus High Elves. And Khorne, random Cubane, going for Chaos Lord, which is not the greatest character in the game. He's on a Juggernaut mount though with the armor piercing value. So maybe he will do a bit better. But yeah, anyways, Marauder Infantry, 4 of them, and 2 Bloodletters, 2 Forsaken, 3 Furies, and 2 Great Weapon Khorne Bulls. A single Gore Beast Chariot. An interesting choice for sure from random Cubane. While Parry Repose is going with Imrik on a Dragon Mount with a Life Mage providing healing. And then a front line of Spears and White Lions mixed together. Tyrion Chariots once again for that magical kiting power. Everqueen's Courtguard and Talons of Torgaleda, providing a lot of fire damage synergy, which actually works well into the Starlands as well. A lot of fire damage from all over the place. Flammable effect to add more fire damage. And then Silver Helms and Fireborn. As for the Khorne army, they're rushing up now. We have went through their army builds, and there's not much to talk about the Khorne army. I guess there's the icon of Endless War, and that's about it. Very standard stuff from the Khorne army. They are trying to just they're trying to just punch through. I think they're just trying to like do a classic Khorne melee rush and try to overload, just try to punch through the enemy front line. But it's harder said than done. Easier said than done. Minotaurs of Khorne here taking a bunch of damage from the Talons and Everqueen's Courtguard already. And although Imrik a little bit too hasty in terms of the breath attacks, when the target is moving, you don't want to use a breath attack on them because it will mess up your aim of the breath attack, causing your breath attack to miss. Because when you blast out the breath attack, the moment the breath attack hits the supposedly hits the target is no longer there because they're moving. Anyways, Fury's trying to dive the Everqueen's Courtguard, and quickly the Fireborn dispatch them. And Gorby's Chariot's doing... Did they just plow through half a unit of White Lions of Trace, knocking out half of their HP? Damn, that was some really good damage. Definitely an impressive performance from the Gorby's Chariot. But now the Everqueen's Courtguard turning around to fire at the front line, though the Gorby's Chariots are pushing through, threatening to run down the Everqueen's Courtguard, while the Talons of Torgaleda are also under their own mobility pressure. The Chaos Furies are in the fray. Now the Fireborn is the best bet for the High Elves to take down the Gorby's Chariot, so they're definitely going after this important target. While the Minotaurs are kind of stuck on the White Lions, they need to go after the Fireborn for sure, but unfortunately they're quite distracted. Bloodletters are being dealt with by a combination of Spears, Silverhelm, and Imrik himself, while the Talons of Torgaleda are mostly gone, as there are some Gorby's Chariots now moving over to this side, aiding the Khorne army against the enemy High Elf infantry. Although these Minotaurs of Khorne here are getting stuck in the frontline fight for a little too long there, and they're taking more and more damage. You need to jump onto Imrik and start focusing him down. At least there are some other Minotaurs on the other side to help out, but these Minotaurs are really important because if they charge in... if they charge in, they can actually present a surround onto Imrik and completely preventing him from pulling out of combat and just get a surround, getting more damage with more unit models in contact with the enemy. Imrik is on fire now, but a upgraded version is still being dumped onto him, just trying to keep him alive as he's surrounded by Khorne Bulls, while the Furies continues to pressure off the Everqueen's Courtguard, and Bloodletters are still fighting in the front line, trading well into Spears and White Lions. The problem is that the rest of the Khorne infantry are mostly running out. There's still some very healthy Forsaken, but the High Elf army still have a lot of their mobility assets left, especially Fireborn, Tyrion Chariot, and the Silverhelms are just sitting back, using Earthblood to heal themselves back up. Imrik is in a bit of a pickle. He is routed, surrounded by a ton of Khorne Bulls, and the Khorne Bulls are definitely dedicating themselves to making sure that this High Elf Lord not coming back. And with the Chaos Lord in the fight as well. Probably could have peeled off one Khorne Bull over here to help out against the Fireborn and Silver Helms, because these two units are still, especially the Fireborn can still definitely change the game with some nice hammer and anvils when the Mage of Life is still on the ground. Now, of course, losing the Imrik would be a massive blow to the High Elf army here. He is now down to the last bit of HP, and the Minotaurs are still sticking close to his tail, and he has been slain by one final hit either from the Chaos Lord or from Minotaurs here. The Chaos Lord definitely getting some really solid value, and now the healthier combos charging in against the enemy cavalry, but the Fireborn are here to intercept the Gorbis chariots actually. So they're ignoring the Minotaurs for now, while the Forsaken are charging into the back line, threatening to beat down those High Elf archers. Though leaving the Ever Queen's Court, aiming at the Talons instead of the Ever Queen's Courtyard might be a big mistake here, as they're continuously shooting down what remains on the HP of these Minotaurs of Khorne. But Minotaurs and Marauders are in the back line, now shutting down the Talons of Torquelada and the Ever Queen's Courtyard here. The Fireborn has managed to destroy the Gorbis Chariot, who has inflicted quite a bit of damage. Not enough to earn back their value though, but yeah, still inflicted quite a bit of damage to those Khorne units. Now the Minotaurs are back. Now Minotaurs are over here on the right flank, and the Khorne Lord is here, lending a hand to the Minotaurs, trying to beat down those reinforcing Fireborn. Forsaken are coming in, wrapping around the enemy formation, slapping some of those Ever Queen's Courtyard, and more Khorne Bulls are coming in. And yeah, the Fireborn are on fire. Quite ironic. I mean, they don't take much damage from the Chaos Lord of Khorne, but the important thing is that the on fire effect will deny enemy from half their healing. So the Earthblood is only half effectiveness right now, and the Fireborn are getting hacked down over time by the Khorne Bulls nearby. Especially when there's also Forsaken, Marauders, all that stuff just piling onto the Fireborn. Now the Tyrion Chariot is still trying valiantly to hold on and run down the enemy infantry, but I don't think a Tyrion Chariot can have enough juice to carry the game. More Earthblood. Once again healing back up the Fireborn with down to 16 models, but they're still fighting strong with the Earthblood, keeping them alive. Minotaurs are charging in with the infantry support. Alas, I think that might be the end of the Fireborn here, as they are overwhelmed by enemy monsters' infantry without any of their own infantry supporting. So, Fireborn shattering, then that's probably the only hope of the High Elves gone here. Down to some tattered Sisters of Avalon and one single Tyrion Chariot cycle charging around the battlefield. I don't think that's gonna matter, but yeah, let's see here. They are bringing back a balance of power a bit by the consistent healing with the Earthbloods, but Tyrion Chariots got caught. Wait, where is all the balance of power from the High Elves? That makes no sense. Why is it so even? That makes no sense. I guess it's all the tattered Forsaken and Khorne units being so tattered, lowering their balance of power, while the High Elf Life Mage is so healthy, propping up the balance of power. But the balance of power is totally drunk right now. Like, even if the Chaos Lord of Khorne is alone, he can just 1v1 solo the Mage of Life himself. There's no hope for the Life Mage to win this. Yeah, but like the balance of power is still be like, no, I think the Life Mage might still have a pretty decent chance on this one. Like, I think the balance of power should be quite even here. I mean, sure, Khorne would be in an advantage, but it is quite close, guys. It's the Life Mage can do it. Nah, it's the balance of power is definitely lying to everyone here. But yeah, very strong performance from the Minotaurs. I feel like the main issue here for the High Elves is definitely just Imrik getting balls deep into the enemy formation and got isolated by those Minotaurs. He got a bit too aggressive and charged behind enemy lines, allowing those Khorne Bulls to just surround him and give him a proper beatdown. The Khorne infantry didn't do well. This battle actually did a whole lot. Survived to the late game, cutting through White Lions and probably dragged down some of the Fireborn as well. But Forsaken did well as well. I think these ones are the ones that helped out the Minotaurs to screen off enemy spears, and so that the Minotaurs can keep focusing, beating down Imrik. The Gorbis Chariots did okay. We saw one really impactful charge. But yeah, they just got surrounded by Fireborn and finished off. But yeah, Minotaur's definitely MVP here, surrounding and slaying Imrik with their anti-large armor piercing and with their mass. While the Marauders not doing a whole lot, Furies put some good pressure onto the Sisters of Avalon and the Ever Queen's Courtyard and Talons of Torquelada. And yeah, White Lions did surprisingly well over here, but the rest of the army not so much. Fireborn tried their best, but alas, the Khorne Bulls are just too much. They even came in for a one last charge in the end, but they don't have enough of the rest of the army to support them. And as a result, unable, like, just losing Imrik that early in the game is a big loss, is a massive loss. Is a massive disadvantage, unfortunately. And yeah, three final replays. This one, Slaanesh versus Empire. Have we seen this? No, we haven't. Let's go. And we are seeing Pizu versus Spikes. Pizu going with Azazel, 3 Marauders, one of them the regular ones, 2 Hell Scourges, and 2 Demons, 1 Exalted Demons of Slaanesh, and 2 more Hell Striders with Hell Scourges, 2 Seekers for Furies. And other than that, let me check some stuff. Okay, Tequila Sunset is still having his tournament on, so we can move on. We can probably just redirect our few viewers over. But yeah, anyways, army builds here for the Empire army. Front line of spearmen with shields backed up by some archers and Hammer of Witches, Temple of Luminarch, and 2 Empire Knights, 3 Empire Halberdiers, and leading the army in Elspeth von Draken with Coruscating Breath, Death's Timekeeper, and Spirit Leech. As for the Slaanesh troops, front line of Devoted Marauders, and then some Demonite Furies in the skies, and Hell Striders, and yeah, well, we went through the Slaanesh army build already. Hell Strider, Hell Scourges, and Seekers of Chariots. Azazel leading the army. Let's fast forward a bit here as the Slaanesh troops are closing in on the Empire formation. Ooh, nice Pavane of Slaanesh. Elspeth von Draken definitely trying to go aggressive here and perhaps even drop a Coruscating Breath, but the problem is that he got too close to, he got too far out of the Empire formations and got Pavane into just charging at some random melee unit nearby, and he's now completely surrounded by Furies and Azazel just beating her down. She does have enough mass. There's no infantry for nearby, no for cavalry nearby, so she does have enough mass to pull out of that surround and get back to safety, but she did take some damage, which is pretty nice for Slaanesh. Now the Furies are closing in, and same goes for the Slaanesh infantry. Now the Demonites and Devoted Marauders will be taking a bunch of damage from the archers, but Furies should be diving down to shut down those archers, while the Demonites should cleave through those state troops front line. Spirit Leech onto Azazel once again. A lot of single entity damage targeting Azazel, and probably even drop a Coruscating Breath onto this single entity, but unfortunately not a whole lot of damage. I think some of the shots missing and landing onto the land instead. Now the Empire State troops are in a massive disarray. Like their Spear front line losing out against the enemy Demonites and getting hit by the Lash of Slaanesh as well. Yeah. Getting hit by Lash of Slaanesh, being softened up and broken down, and that means the Halberdiers will have to go into the front line to help out, and that means the back line is exposed. Holes, you can see holes are all over the place on the Empire formation, and then the Hell Striders can come in and finish off those missile units. Really nice multi-angle, really nice surround and rear charging, flanking charging from the Slaanesh player Pizu here. Temple of Luminarch is also completely shut down, bogged down by all those Furies and Demonites. And yeah, Empire just don't really have the way to fight back other than just hopefully wait for the state troops to win it out. But as you can see here, a lot of these wavering state troops are not going to hold for long. Hammer of Witches have been knocked out. Same goes for a bunch of state troops on the ground here. Archers completely shattered. Balance of Power is still in this Empire's favor, simply because Elspeth is still very much healthy, but I don't know if she can duke it out against so many of these elite Slaanesh units. The Demonites, the Seekers, and whatnot. Azazel is definitely on the far side there, not willing to get close to Elspeth because he knows he will get Spirit Leech as soon as he get into range. I think this might even be a decent time for Elspeth to drop an Overcast Spirit Leech onto Azazel just to keep him, just to keep draining his health. Oh, mistake here. When you're low in health, never try to overcast a spell with never try to overcast a spell, because you're just going to damage yourself, kill your own character, and just for a little bit of extra damage, just like what Azazel did to himself there. Anyways, Elspeth seems to be holding on just fine, actually. He is getting Death's Timekeeper healing, so she is still surviving. While the state troops, though, not so much, as multiple of them shattered, including the Hammer of Witches. Not that it's going to be any of use now that the artillery position has been overrun. And some spears are still holding on, and balance of power is still in favor of Empire. Actually, it's getting better for the Empire simply because Azazel took a bit more damage here. But yeah, Elspeth will be forced to take the fight to a bunch of demonettes here, which she is not exactly enjoying to do so. She's not the greatest melee combatant after all, and will take a bunch of damage to these armor-piercing infantry. Over here, Hell's Riders managed to finish off the Temple of Luminarch, but the Empire Knights have charged into them. Same goes for Elspeth, but this gives a chance for the Demonettes to charge in, catch up to the Empire Knights and Elspeth, and start hacking them down in melee combat. Balance of power is finally in favor of Slaanesh here, as Elspeth is dropping in terms of health, and she's trying her best to Spirit Leech down those Demonettes, but again, I think it would probably have been better to just overcast this Spirit Leech onto Azazel, just trying to work through his last bit of HP, because Azazel is not going to get close to Elspeth. He's not going to give her a chance to finish him off in melee combat. Might as well just overcast. This is one rare condition that justifies overcast Spirit Leech. But yeah, I think this is going to be it, as Elspeth is taking more and more damage, even get Pavane into a melee fight against Demonettes, and that shall be army losses. GG to both players, and Azazel getting limited damage, while the Demonettes and Hellstriders carrying the game. Actually, yeah, Demonettes did so much damage. Running down the enemy state troop infantry, they definitely can trade well into the state troops, and then pushing into the back line, dragging down Empire Knights, shutting down those artillery, and in the end surrounding and beating down Elspeth. Elspeth tried her best to Spirit Leech down and carry the game, but the state troops just couldn't hold against the Slaanesh infantry overall. And without the infantry, the missiles are just lambs for slaughter. And indeed, they got slaughtered by the Demonettes, enjoying the pain and suffering of the human empire, the Empire humans, Imperial humans. And yeah, which is why I think like Empire really struggled against Slaanesh. Like their infantry just can't hold against Slaanesh. Just doesn't trade well into Slaanesh, and their cavalry got perfectly countered by Seekers and Fiends, which makes it really rough for the Empire. I don't even know what, like the combined arms strategy of Empire is actually doesn't work against Slaanesh. Missiles, you get your skirmishing missiles get your skirmishing cavalry got chased down by their faster cavalry, and your missile infantry will just get disrupted by the Furies, while the rest of the state troops got slaughtered in melee, and then the Slaanesh troops will run into your missile infantry. Even if your missile infantry survive the Furies, they won't survive the incoming onslaught. So yeah, quite rough for the Empire in this matchup for sure. And yeah, I think that's it for these replays. I am just gonna... We have a couple more from the semifinals. Let me just cast them as well. And then it should be the end, I think, for today. Alright, High Elves versus Lizardmen this time. And once again, we are seeing Tyrion on the field with Lord Master of Hoeth providing Melkoffs and Earthblood for healing, and then 4 units of spears, 4 units of Loven Sea Guard, 2 of them with shields, 2 of them without, 2 Fireborn, and 1 Tyrion Chariot. One of the Fireborn is... Oh wait, not 2 Fireborn. 2 Dragon Princes, 1 of them the Fireborn. Lizardman of La Luna and La Pruna is Mazdamuni himself. Is it gonna be a Zlak mount, the Stegadon mount? Anyways, there are 4 units of Skink Corps, 2 Red Crested Skinks, and 2 Skink Skirmishers, and indeed Mazdamuni is on Zlak, his Stegadon mount. And a couple of Spear Riders, Khorne Spear Riders, and 2 Javelin cohorts of Skinks. And yeah, that's it for the Lizardman army builds. Actually, wait, hold on. Court of Hortal and a Quattle. Quattle just keeping all these units hidden away from in plain sight. You can see even a massive target like Mazdamuni and his Stegadon are hidden away from the enemy sight, just because the Master of the Sacred Places is hiding them away. Now, on the other side of the battlefield, the Tyrion Chariots and the Archers will be firing at the Quattle here. And the Quattle is actually quite fast, so He's gonna fly ahead of the formation, leaving Mazdamundi behind and also a Court of Hoto, allowing them to be seen. Not that it makes any difference anyways, but yeah. Archers firing into skink skirmishers, whittling them down, and the Quato taking a lot of damage from the archers here. Really needs to start go into melee and disrupt the enemy archer backline. Dropping those chain lightning or the Urinanos Thunderbolt, that would be good too. The bound spells of the Quato here, but Tyrion is coming in and he's gonna slap down the Quato here. Chain lightning onto one of the Loaves and Seaguard and Melkov's in return against the Red Crested Kings. Court of Hoto is jumping into the front line, but it's probably better if he just move through the gap of the enemy formation. Oh, sorry. Move through the gap of the enemy formation and just jump on these weakened Loaf and Seaguard and quickly finish them off. Or even, yeah, Khorne Spears can charge into Fireborn while the Court of Hoto comes in and surround them, beat them down. That would work as well. Especially with Gnat of Amatok, like just charge those Fireborn with your monster units. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Just making sure. Oh, wait, hold on. What? Some Fireborns still manage to move around because they have their charge animation activated, which is weird. But anyways, Khorne Spear Riders managed to get some good damage onto the Dragon Princess, who just ignore them, taking a bunch of damage, but move on over to the enemy backline, ready to go for some Hammer and Anvil. Over here, Quato continues to disrupt the enemy Loven Seaguard, taking some more damage though. And over here, Fireborn continues to fight on with the Court of Hoto and Khorne Spear Riders, both taking a lot of damage from the Fireborn, both standing around boosting their melee defense. They have enough melee attack and armor piercing to beat back those spears and a Court of Hoto. Mazdamundi abandoning his troops and not fighting the Fireborn might be a brutal mistake here. As the Fireborn now moving on to the next Khorne Spear Riders. Court of Hoto still doing some good damage, but yeah, things are looking quite rough for the Lizardmen monsters right now. The Quato has been dealt with, being dispatched by the spears, and the Lord Master himself and the Dragon Princes are coming in to finish it off, as they manage to break the backs of the Skink Cores with a Hammer and Anvil. Mazdamundi himself charging the backline of the Loven Seaguard, but I think the more grave concern here is really the Fireborn. I mean, they're getting low now, being eventually whittled down by the Daze effect, lowering their melee defense, and also the second unit of Spear Riders and Blow Dots poisoning their damage output. So yeah, the Fireborn has been dispatched, but Tyrion is still very much healthy, and I don't see a lot of good options against this slapstick fighter of the High Elves. Spear still duking it out against the Skink Cohorts. Red Crested managed to break some spears with the help of Lord Mazdamundi, and on far side there, the sheer number of Skink Cohorts managed to overwhelm the spear line and getting into the back line and shut down some of those Loven Seaguard as well. Mazdamundi punting and that Lord Master of Hoef, but Tyrion is still very much holding the front line, fighting shoulder to shoulder with some spearmen brethren. And Dragon Princess trying to get into a rear charge against the Skink Cohort, but a nice Gnat of Amatok pinning down the Dragon Princess. The problem is that there's nothing to follow up right now, as the Court of Hoto is on the other side of the Red Crested Skinks, not really going after the Dragon Princess. Some blow darts are coming in, but the Earthblood is healed up quite a bit of the damage dealt to them. And now they're proceeding with the... Oh wait, no, they're not proceeding with any charges. They're just surrounding Lord Mazdamundi, while the archers continues to shoot down Mazdamundi with their long-range firepower. Apotheosis from Mazdamundi to himself. He used the Ruination of Cities and oh, you know, he doesn't have Bound Banishment. Okay. But yeah, he has used up his Ruination of Cities that we totally did not highlight. That's probably explain why all these Loven Seaguard are so weak in the back line there. But yeah, Tyrion is going to drop a Sun Fang, absolutely nuking down all these blobbed up skink units. And I think this might be a good time for the High Elves to just ignore Tyrion and go after the other High Elf units. Since Tyrion, if he gets low enough, he would just get a burst heal and undo all your progress to work down his balance of power. So yeah, probably should start focusing down those Dragon Princes, and especially Loven Seaguard, who is now shooting into your blob here, doing a lot of damage to your remaining units. Court of Hoto can hold on for a little longer, while Mazdamundi really needs to start fighting something instead of standing around doing nothing. But yeah, looks like the Court of Hoto continues to fight on, while Lord Mazdamundi will come over and help out. But it might be a bit too late here, as the Skink Cohorts have been dispatched. And Lord Mazdamundi getting a nice charge into a very minimal charge actually against Loven Seaguard here. These Loven Seaguard still holding along, slowly poking down the enemy targets, and Tyrion actually got low enough to get that burst heal. The Heart of Avalon, a very strong healing ability after all, but he's still surrounded by Court of Hoto, taking quite a bit of damage actually. Yeah, he's surrounded and getting punched down by these elite Kroxigors, getting more and more heals. But yeah, Lord Master Mundi, he is trying his best to run down those Loven Seaguard, but they just refuses to rout, especially this one relatively healthy. But Lord Master Mundi, if he can definitely terror out them off, and with a little bit more Skink Skirmishers might want to just come over here and just tie down the Loven Seaguard in melee, actually. That would have been probably have been a more efficient use of their time, because there's not a lot of good targets for them to shoot at, right? Everything is armored to from their head to toe. But if they just go into melee, just making sure the Loven Seaguard is tied down in melee, then there's not much to keep shooting the Court of Hoto and whittle them down. But unfortunately, the Court of Hoto is running out of HP. I don't think there's any more healing from Mazda Mundi anytime soon. And they will be going down. Melkov's Mystifying Might as well on Mazda Mundi. That is a weird pick, but I guess there's not a lot of good options against Mazda Mundi. I mean, Tyrion can definitely solo Mazda Mundi, especially considering there's so much melee units left on the battlefield here. But yeah, let's see what happens here. There's pretty much just Mazda Mundi and some Skink Skirmishers, and Tatchert requested as well. Mazda Mundi trying to solo Tyrion? Oh no, he's double teamed by Tyrion and the Lord Master. This is a bad call for Mazda Mundi. I mean, he can wreck the Lord Master, but Tyrion is a great melee fighter. He's better off just to come over here, help the Skinks out, and wreck these Dragon Princes and Loven Seaguard. Like, he would struggle again. Okay, I guess he's getting some damage done on Tyrion, but Tyrion getting a feint and repose. He is stopping his bleed on HP, and an Earthblight healing the Lord Master and Tyrion both. Tyrion just quickly bail out of there, going for some cycle charges, and also while at the same time the High Elf mobility are consistently running down the tattered remains of the Lizardmen forces, just making sure Mazda Mundi no longer has any more support on the battlefield. Mazda Mundi still is getting some heal for himself, but the Skink Skirmishers are slowly getting Mazda Mundi is slowly getting low in health here. Tyrion, arch bonus for the win. Hello, Tequila Sunset. Oh, you're already done with your tournament. Oh damn. I was hoping to raid you or something after I'm done with mine, but I guess I dragged on my stream for too long now. Oh well. Anyways, Mazda Mundi is now completely surrounded by High Elves. He is still very healthy, but Tyrion is still at 1,600 HP versus 4,600. 3 times the HP of Tyrion here. Lord Mazda Mundi, can he still win against Tyrion? But he is struggling to land hit on Tyrion. While Tyrion 83 attack, 72 defense, just tanking those hits from Mazda Mundi, who only has 26 attack actually. Yeah, minimal attack hit chance, and Tyrion just fighting back strong. Yeah, that is gonna be rough here. I'm just gonna fast forward here as Mazda Mundi is slowly being whittled down by those Loven Seaguard from the far side, and his HP got low, and that will be GG as Tyrion finish off this giant hunk of a Stegodon. And GG to both players here, but Tyrion definitely carried the game in the end, tanking Mazda Mundi, pretty much soloing Mazda Mundi in the end there. Loven Seaguard and the Loven Seaguard also did some very solid work, whittling down the HP of that massive chunk of meat, Mazda Mundi and his mount. Tyrion Chariots actually getting their health and then some more, running down the Skinks and using their missiles to whittle down those Lizardmen forces. Really nice use of the Chariot. Actually, I'm surprised Tyrion Chariots making so many appearances in this tournament, and actually getting some good work done over the course of battle. Might cast this one on my channel, but we'll see. Yeah, Fireborn and Dragon Princess got some good work done as well. Mazda Mundi tried his best to carry, but unfortunately he just can't beat Tyrion in melee. 26 attack versus 83 or 84 melee defense. Yeah, that is no 70 plus melee defense. Yeah, that was probably it. But yeah, that was not enough. Like he tries to hit back against Tyrion, but he just constantly failed, while Tyrion lands hit consistently on Mazda Mundi, while the rest of the Lizardmen forces not quite able to do the damage here. And yeah, just quite unfortunate. But yeah, Court of Hotel did some really good damage, surrounding and beating down Tyrion. The problem is that they also triggered Tyrion's Heart of Avalon, bringing him back to healthy, and yeah. I mean, against Tyrion, you're guaranteed to you're guaranteed to heal cap him anyways if you don't tear out him early. So yeah. The Court of Hotel just couldn't quite able to outgrind Tyrion and his High Elf infantry support. Quite unfortunate in the end. Alright, one final battle here. Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings. Seems like we have a very tough battle here. Slaanesh going with Ankari. With once again, Marauder frontline, 3 Marauder with Hell Scourges, 1 regular Marauder, 1 Exalted Demonette, 2 Hellstrider with Hell Scourges, 3 Furies, and 2 Fiends of Slaanesh, the most meta unit of the entire Slaanesh roster. They do great armor piercing damage, and they're very tanky. They take a surprisingly small amount of damage in melee combat. Anyways, on the Tomb King side, we have frontline of Skeleton Spears, 2 Halberd, Necropolis Knights, and Necrotact, Herald Titan. 3 very powerful constructs here, as we do have the double kitty cat builds of Tomb Kings. Alright, let's see what happens in this battle here. Setrak going with an Osirian's Incantation of Vengeance and Jeff's Incantation of Cursed Blades. I don't know about the choice of Necropolis Knights with Halberds. They are not actually a very good unit. Their performance actually is usually suboptimal. I'll probably just switch that into like something like a Tomb Guard and Kepra Guard to help them trade better into Demonettes, I guess. But anyways, with only such a thin line of skeletons, the backs of all these skeletons are exposed to a rear charge from all these Furies, Hell's Riders, and that was a beautiful hammer and anvil, immediately annihilating the skeletons on impact. And these skeletons are also taking a lot of damage from the charge of the Devoted Marauders. Already, all of these skeletons are just fading away, slowly crumbling, while the single entities tries to carry the game here. Tries to dumpster some Devoted Marauders, and Necropolis Knights also holding on strong, just charging Marauders after all, so there's no reason why they won't be strong. Osirian's Incantation of Protection should be dumped onto something, like the Demonettes. That would be a good target, but yeah, right now, the triple single entities and Necrotact here from the Tomb Kings are trying to gang up on Ankari, but there's a lot of Tzeentch support, including the Fiends and Hellstriders. Marauders are routing, I think, or at least on the verge of routing, so they won't be around for a while, but won't be around for long, but the Fiends are still very much healthy, and the Slaanesh troops have quickly dispatched all those Skeleton Spear support. Now, the Necropolis Knights and all these Tomb King single entities are completely surrounded and overwhelmed. Same goes for these Necropolis Knights here. Surrounded and flanked by the Fiends of Slaanesh. They are quickly getting worked down. Quickly obliterated in this kind of melee fight. Yeah, we finished. I need to learn how to rate people so I can rate YouTube low. Yeah, you can. I think you can just do it in the YouTube studios. You go to the, not the live studio, not the live stream studio thing. It's more like the regular studio, and then go to the live stream video, and then yeah, you can probably Google the rest actually. But yeah, anyways, back to the battle here. Skeleton Spears are mostly done for. Now, even the Necropolis Knights are being overwhelmed by all these AP damage. Remember, Chaos Furies of Slaanesh does AP damage, so yeah, the Halberd Necropolis Knights are taking a ton of damage, surrounded, overwhelmed by enemy numbers, etc. And the Arrow Titan here, and also the Sphinx of Uskav are trying their best, but there's just so many Slaanesh troops. And Kari's Psycho charging in as well. The Necropolis Knights aren't gonna hang around for long, and neither rear charge from those Furies. The Sphinx of Uskav doing some really good damage against the Fiends, but the Fiends are now retreating and ready for another Psycho charge. While the Shapti, this one is a summon one for sure, is also slowly fading away as they are, as their leadership drops, and yeah, they're not gonna be around for too long as well. They have been summoned for quite a while now. We can probably fast forward on this blob fight. It is pretty much a blob fight. It's about Ankari and the Fiends psycho charging down all these single entities. It is a very strong blob of units here, don't get me wrong. And very much has the potential to outgrind its the Slaanesh army. But the fact that they don't have any more infantry support means that all these Fiends surrounding them will have a much better connection onto these single entities, getting multiple unit models striking the same target at once. And yeah, with all the skeletons dead right now, I don't think they can get another... I don't think they will have any more Realm of Souls healing. And the Necrotech also used up all their restore, right? Still have 1 restore, so more healing for the Assyrian of the Strings of Uzkev. Single entities cycle charge around, but they simply cannot capture the point. The Tomb Kings simply cannot capture the point with the Slaanesh army having that numbers advantage here, all the infantry and whatnot. While Cetra is getting low in health, so horrific musts from those Fiends are also very important here, lowering the stats of these Tomb King units, making them less effective in melee combat, more susceptible to enemy hits as well. But yeah, I think it's gonna be a psycho charging measure eventually. Yeah, eventually Cetra will be finished off and leaving only the Arrow Titan and the Sphinx of Uzkev in the fight. I mean, I don't really see a lot of I think we can just finish everything in fast forward here. Ankari, unfortunately, is almost on the verge of routing, but at this point, it is army losses for the Tomb Kings as the Fiends manage to get enough damage done over time with the Ankari cycle charging as well, getting enough damage and crushing those Tomb Kings right before Ankari disappears, actually. Really nice damage from the Fiends and Ankari himself, getting 3,300 gold worth of damage value, and Exalted Demonists as well. Once they get a surround on an armored single entity, they can absolutely tear through those single entities with their armor-piercing value. The rest of the army, not so much. Not much can be said here. Marauders, I guess, providing some meat shields for Ankari and the Fiends, but mostly the Fiends and Ankari and the Exalted Demonists carrying the game, as the Skeletons are quickly dispatched, and the Necropolis Knights here. Unfortunately, it is a very bad unit. They're not, I mean, not a very bad unit, but they are not great either, so yeah. Once they're surrounded by armor-piercing entities like Fiends and Furies and Exalted Demonists and whatnot, they are just quickly torn down. Arrow Titan and the Strings of Uzkev and Tetrad Imperishable all did a lot of damage. Normally, with that much damage done on all these units, they should be able to carry a win. But the Slaanesh army does have a little bit of healing available in the form of Ankari's passive ability. I don't know if it's working, so sometimes it is kind of bugged. I think it sometimes doesn't work. But yeah, other than that, the Fiends of Slaanesh definitely able to surround and beat them down in the end. So yeah, for once, the Hero Hammer single entity spam did not win the game, and the Fiends surround is actually one of the weaknesses of these big armored targets, right? When the Fiends surround them, they have multiple unit models connecting onto the Sphinxes, onto the single entities, while the single entities can only hit like, what, 4 or 5 unit models at once, while there can be like 6, 7, 8, even 10 models striking those targets at the same time, depending on how big the targets are and how big these unit attackers are. But yeah, anyways, that is gonna be that is gonna be the last battle replay for today. We have went through a lot of replays, and I don't think I went through the replays in the most efficient manner in the early stages of the stream. I need to go and eat dinner right now. I'm really hungry. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today's stream. I hope you all enjoy this little bit of a new player Conquest mode tournament, with a little bit more of multiplayer action. We've seen a lot of interesting ideas for army builds. This is something great about the new player tournament, right? Like, players with a lot of experience often just kind of set into the meta. They usually play in the same way, or just very optimized, just playing very optimized army, which can be pretty much the same thing every time. But sometimes you see new players, you see them going with some new different unit combos, and sometimes it gives you like a new way to approach the new way to approach the game. Like I saw people playing with the Necromancer on a Hell Steed with the vampire counts, and I decided to pick that myself, and it worked quite well for my games actually, and I like it a lot. Might do that more in the future. But anyways, this is gonna be it for today. I hope you all enjoy this multiplayer action. Big thanks to Big JP for once again inviting me to cast the battle. Yeah, I think I should head off right now. Thank you so much for everyone for joining the tournament and showing up on the stream. Hope you all have a nice weekend. That's all for today. And yeah, Tactical Lich signing out. I'll see you in the next one.